friends, and welcome to another ASMR video. Tonight, I have 200 different facts for you. Random, interesting facts. Because knowledge is power. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy the knowledge. Enjoy the knowledge. Enjoy the knowledge. Enjoy the knowledge, enjoy the knowledge. Okay, I've got my phone here, which has all the facts on it. Let's begin. Did you know that Sour Patch Kids are from the same manufacturer as Swedish Fish? The red Sour Patch Kids are the same candy as Swedish Fish, but with sour sugar. Did you know that Tirana, the capital of Albania, has a lot of things in common with other European capitals except one? It's one of the few capitals without a McDonald's, along with Vatican City and Reykjavik, Iceland, and Podgorica, Montenegro. Wow, those were some big words. Did you know that the largest Japanese population outside of Japan stands at 1.6 million people who live in Brazil? Number 4. IKEA is an acronym that stands for Ingvar Kamprad and Bedred Angunert, which is the founder's name, the farm where he grew up, and his hometown. More big words. Number 5. In 2009, Stephen Hawking held a reception for time travelers but didn't publicize it until after. This way, only those who could time travel would be able to attend. Nobody attended. Time travel doesn't exist, confirmed. There are less than 30 ships in the Royal Canadian Navy, which are less than most third world countries. Larry the Cable Guy's real name is Daniel Lawrence Whitney. His notable southern accent is fake. He was born and raised in the Midwest, not the South. Did you know that violin bows are commonly made from horse hair? Number 9. The youngest pope in history was Pope Benedict IX, who was 11 years old at the time of election. He is the only person to have been pope more than once. 10. There were only 9 developers on the team for GoldenEye 007, the classic Nintendo 64 game. 9 people, that's it. Did you know that Ghost Coffee employs Gunnerio Belicia as a coffee taster who has had his tongue insured for $10 million since 2009? Johnny Cash took only 3 voice lessons before his teacher advised him to stop taking lessons and to never deviate from his natural voice. Johnny Cash is good. Glad that happened. There's an island called Just Enough Room where there's just enough room for a tree and a house. 14. People who post their fitness routine on Facebook are more likely to have psychological problems. 15. Medieval chastity belts are a myth. A great majority of examples now existing were made in the 18th and 19th centuries as jokes. That's very interesting. Never trust a mirror. There's no period in the name Dr. Pepper. It was removed because the old logo font made it look like D.I. Pepper. 20. There's an underwater version of rugby, unsurprisingly called underwater rugby. It is a contact sport between two teams of 6 competing underwater in a pool to score goals while free diving. That sounds incredibly hard. Standing around burns calories. On average, a 150-pound person burns 114 calories per hour while standing and doing nothing. Although GPS is free for the world to use, it costs $2 million per day to operate. The money comes from American tax revenue. 23. In World War II, Germany tried to collapse the British economy by dropping millions of counterfeit bills over London. Points for creativity, I guess. The human eye is so sensitive that if the earth were flat and it was a dark night, a candle's flame could be seen from 30 miles away. 25. The color red doesn't really make bulls angry because they are colorblind. I feel like I've been lied to my whole life now. 26. The world's first motel is in San Luis Obispo, which was built in 1925. When opened, it cost $1.25 for a 2-room bungalow with a kitchen and a private adjoining garage. That would cost a lot more now. Did you know that Scotland was one of the few countries able to hold off being conquered by the Romans in the 1st century? Go Scotland. Or did you know that I Will Always Love You was originally written and recorded in 1973 by Dolly Parton? It was written as a farewell to her mentor of 7 years. The phrase opposites attract is a common myth. People are actually attracted to people who look like family members or those with a similar personality type. Number 30. Llamas can be used as guards against coyote attacks on sheep herds. Studies have proven that just one guard llama is an effective protector and can even kill the attacking coyotes. The unique smell of rain actually comes from plant oils, bacteria, and ozone. Did you know that vanilla flavoring is sometimes made from something called castoreum, which is a scented oil naturally scented by beavers' butts? Did you know that if you heat up a magnet, it will lose its magnetism? Or did you know that the most expensive virtual object is Club Never Die in the Entropia universe, which is worth $635,000? It was originally bought at $10,000. 35. Cruise ships have morgues that can stow up to 10 bodies at once. The average amount of people that die on cruise ships every year is around 200. That's a no from me, Chief. That's a no from me. Birds are the closest living relatives of crocodilians, as well as the descendants of extinct dinosaurs with feathers. This makes them the only surviving dinosaur. Small as they may be, ladybugs have a unique smell that humans are incredibly sensitive to. During World War II, a U.S. naval destroyer would have Disadvantaged Youth was founded by rapper Eminem. A man with severe OCD and a phobia of germs attempted to commit suicide with a gun to his head. Instead of killing him, the bullet eliminated his mental illness without any other damage. 41. The author of Mary Had a Little Lamb, Sarah Josepha Howell, is most responsible for the creation of Thanksgiving being a national holiday. Shout out to Sarah. 42. The oldest unopened bottle of wine was found in a Roman tomb that is over 1,650 years old. Chicken Run is the highest grossing stop-motion animated film, even beating The Nightmare Before Christmas. Did you know that nobody knows how the Academy Awards came to be referred to as the Oscars? The earliest mention was in 1932 and was made official in 1939. More tornadoes occur in the United Kingdom per square mile than in any other country in the world. Owners of personalized license plates in Uganda are facing a tax increase of over 300%, which will raise the tax from $1,498 to $5,992. Popularized by Shakespeare's play, many people think Julius Caesar's last words were, "Are you, Brutus?" In reality, though, he said, "You too, my child." Did you know that Times Square was originally called Long Acre Square until it was renamed in 1904 after the New York Times moved its headquarters to the newly built Times Building? Daniel Craig was an anonymous stormtrooper in Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Originally, he denied his cameo and explained he wouldn't bother being an extra in a movie. And number 50, Queen Elizabeth II had a personal net worth of $425 million. That includes the $65 million house and $140 million castle. Okay, we are a quarter of the way done. 50 out of 200. If you need water or anything, take a sip now, take a sip. Otherwise, close your eyes, and just relax to the knowledge. Did you know that 4 of the top 7 highest grossing films of all time were released in 2015? They were Avengers: Age of Ultron, Furious 7, Jurassic World, and Star Wars: The Force Awakens. 52. 4 Nile crocodiles have been found in Florida. They are the second largest crocodile and are more dangerous than the native crocodiles and alligators commonly found in Florida. Julius Caesar's only son was the last pharaoh of Egypt. Even though Cleopatra swears he is Caesar's son, Caesar never officially acknowledged him. The quietest room in the world in Minnesota is measured in negative decibels, so quiet that you can hear your own heartbeat and your bones moving. That's another no from me, Chief. Sundoku is a Japanese word for the habit of buying too many books, letting them pile up in your house, and so under acute stress. 58. Chewing gum boosts mental proficiency and is considered a better test aid than caffeine, but nobody knows why. Did you know that per capita, the happiest countries in the world also rank highest in terms of consumers of antidepressants? Correlation does not equal causation, but that's sus. 60. Even though Irish is the official language of Ireland, Polish is more widely spoken. There is a bar in Yukon that serves a sourdough cocktail. It consists of a shot of whiskey with a human toe floating in the glass. An estimated 60,000 people have had it. The Stockholm archipelago has more islands than the Pacific Ocean at around 30,000. Did you know that Pope Francis has been given many extravagant gifts over the years, and one of them was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle? However, rather than keeping it for his own pleasure and adventures, he sold it off and used the money to benefit homeless people. 64. In Japan, Domino's started testing pizza delivery via reindeer in 2016. The motto on the United Kingdom's royal coat of arms is in French. The motto is Dieu et mon droit, which means God and my right. The average household income of the top 1% in the United States is $1,260,508 per year. Disney sold the streaming right for the original Star Wars films in 2016 to Turner. Until this year, 2024. Disney has since decided to start a streaming service and has tried asking for the rights back, but Turner refuses every time. Gaming-related accidents increased by 26.5% during the first 5 months of Pokemon Go being released. This included 2 deaths and $25.5 million in damages. That's crazy. 69. Helen Keller was related to Robert E. Lee. Her paternal grandmother was second cousins with him. During the 1908 Olympics in London, the Russians showed up 12 days late due to the fact that they were using the Julian calendar instead of the Georgian calendar. Non-violent attempts to escape Mexican prisons are not punished because it's human nature to want freedom. The line, born and raised in South Detroit and Journey's Don't Stop Believing, makes no sense as there is no South Detroit. Detroit, Michigan lies on the northern side of the Detroit River, and Ontario, Canada lies to its south. On one slow news day on April 18, 1930, a BBC radio announcer blatantly said, "There is no news." 74. If you cut a starfish, it won't bleed. It doesn't have blood. Rather, they circulate nutrients by using seawater in their vascular system. Did you know that 12% of the world's total languages are found in Papua New Guinea, which has over 820 indigenous languages? The hottest temperature ever recorded in Washington State was at Ice Harbor Dam at 118 degrees Fahrenheit, aka 47.8 degrees Celsius, on August 5th, 1961. 76. Bi-weekly has 2 different definitions, twice a week or once every 2 weeks. The Mona Lisa was stolen from the Louvre in 1911, which drew more visitors to see the empty space than the actual painting. There is an insurance policy issued against alien abduction. Around 50,000 policies have been sold, mainly to residents in the U.S. and England. Did you know that It is thought by Russians that eating ice cream will keep you warm. Somebody hid an episode of South Park inside Tiger Woods' 99 video game as an Easter egg, causing EA to do a massive recall. Did you know Madagascar once was a stomping ground for lemurs, which were the size of today's gorillas? That would be terrifying. Underneath the streets of Beijing, there are over 1 million people who live in nuclear bunkers. The full name of the famous Chuck E. Cheese's mouse is Charles Entertainment Cheese. 91. The American roulette wheel is different from the European wheel. The American one has 2 green spaces, while the European one only has 1. Although on both, if you add up all the numbers on a roulette wheel, you will get to 666. The day after Thanksgiving is called Brown Friday by plumbers in America because it is their busiest day of the year. The thumbs up sign is believed to have originated from Chinese pilots. It was used to communicate with the ground crew before takeoff. In Toy Story 2, in the scene where Buzz gives a speech in front of the American flag, the flag was edited to be a globe for release in non-American countries. Did you know that the tallest mountain in our solar system, Olympus Mons, is 3 times taller than Mount Everest? Did you know Batman and Predator, the movie characters, exist in the same fictional universe? Since 1991, they have been featured together in 3 comic books. A study from Harvard University finds that having no friends can be just as deadly as smoking. Both affect levels of blood clotting protein. 98. In South Dakota, you can get a driver's permit at age 14 with parental consent. Once you turn 16, you can then get your license. 99. 99, 99, 99, 99, 99. The Backpack Kid's real name is Russell Warning. Fact number 100. In 2017, Adidas sold over 1 million pairs of shoes made from recycled ocean plastic, each pair taking 11 plastic bottles to make. And we are halfway. We are halfway. Remember, close your eyes and relax to the facts. Fact number 101. Since 1990, the United States has added more acres of forest than it has lost, with almost 20 million new acres of forest land added in the last 2 decades. Did you know that feeding curry to a sheep reduces the amount of methane in its farts by up to 40%? During a conversation, each speaker's turn averages 2 seconds, and the pause in between is only 200 milliseconds, and that figure is nearly universal. Did you know cold showers have more health benefits than hot or warm showers? These include improving circulation, stimulating weight loss, and easing depression. Despite being landlocked, Mongolia has a navy consisting of 7 men and 1 vessel, the Sokobadar 3, stationed on Lake Kovalskal. During the Second World War, German tank drivers would drive their vehicles over camel droppings, thinking it would bring them good luck. Superstition. Number 107. In Alabama, it is illegal to participate in shooting, hunting, gaming, card playing, or racing on Sundays. The fine ranges from $10 to $100. Did you know originally that bumper cars were not supposed to hit each other? Drivers were actually supposed to avoid crashing in spite of chaotic driving. The first company to patent a bumper car was in 1920 named Dodge Dim. first 4th of July celebration in America was in 1777. 1777, 1777, 1777. Number 114. Justin Bieber's first tweet was at 8:27 p.m. on May 11th, 2009. Snakes and lizards both molt out of their old skin as they grow. Investigators have come to the conclusion that dinosaurs may have also molted. Can you imagine seeing like a brontosaurus or a T-Rex skin just as you're walking through the forest? That would be terrifying. Did you know zebras have only one toe on each foot? Humans have been performing dentistry since 7000 BC, which makes dentist one of the oldest professions. Originally, the Pokemon Vulpix was going to be called Foxfire. Number 119. The first ever documented feature film was made in Australia in the year 1906. Did you know that the ancient Roman surgeons were trained to block out the screams of human pain? Or did you know that William Hung, made famous for his appearance on American Idol singing She Bangs, is a 73rd generation descendant of Confucius? From the years 1937 to 1953, NBC's Today Show had a chimpanzee co-host named J. Fred Muggs. It is estimated he brought in the network around $100 million. That's crazy. If I got a chimpanzee, would you watch my videos? 123. Because snow is composed of ice, it can be classified as a mineral. Water, however, does not fall under the same classification and could not be a mineral. There is a geocache on the International Space Station placed in 2008. It has since been visited 4 times by other astronauts. Canada eats more macaroni and cheese than any other nation in the world. That's my favorite food, so it sounds like I need to move to Canada. 126. The word robot comes from the Czech word robota. This translates into forced labor of work. It's pretty accurate. During 1943, U.S. officials imposed a short-lived ban on sliced bread as a wartime conservation measure. It lasted less than 3 months. Abraham Lincoln loved cats and once let one eat from the table during a formal White House dinner. Did you know that the Canadian government isn't sure when Canada became a sovereign state? Its Supreme Court ruled that sovereignty occurred sometime between 1919 and 1931. Somewhere. On April 1st, 2005, NASA pulled an April Fool's prank telling the world that they had found water on Mars. That's a dirty trick. But nowadays we know that's true. There's ice. That was a bonus fact for you. Okay, 131. There's a town in the Oklahoma Panhandle named Hooker, and its slogan is, "It's a location, not a vacation." Japan is facing a ninja shortage. There is a high demand for ninja shows, but it is a dying tradition and companies have trouble time finding properly trained ninjas. New Jersey had 4 governors in the span of 8 days in early 2002. The shortest term of those was served by John Farmer Jr. for 90 minutes. George Miller, the person who created Mad Max, is the same person who created Happy Feet. Surgeons who play video games at least 3 hours a week perform 27% faster and make 37% fewer errors. So next time you need a surgery, ask them how much time do they spend playing video games. 136. In Svalbard, a remote Norwegian island, it is illegal to die. This is because bodies are unable to be buried safely due to the permafrost on the ground. If you are about to die, they fly you back to mainland Norway to pass on there. When cellophane was invented in 1908, it was originally intended to be used to protect tablecloths from wine spills. A Dutch startup company has been able to start training wild crows so that they pick up cigarette butts and put them in bins for a peanut as a reward. 139. We feel hungry because it's harder for us to control our emotions when our brains are low on glucose. The mayor of a historical district in Alaska is a cat named Stubbs. Mayor Stubbs drinks a catnip-laden water from a wine glass every afternoon at a local restaurant. Spam mail got its name from the canned meat after a Monty Python skit that made fun of spam as tasting horrible and being ubiquitous and inescapable. Humans specifically have eyes that face forward for the purpose of seeing in 3 dimensions. On the other hand, vegetarian dinosaurs such as the Triceratops had eyes that looked out to the side so they could stay vigilant, watching for danger as they ate. In the 1980s, the founder of Pringles, Frederick Bauer, requested to be buried in a Pringles can. His children honored the request. You can now get a headstone with a QR code called Living Headstones. They show pages with photos, video biography, and comments from loved ones. While filming Dumb and Dumber, Jim Carrey had his crown temporarily removed. That chipped tooth is real and a result of a childhood fight. Ginger beer is brewed and fermented with ginger, while ginger ale is merely carbonated water flavored with ginger. 147. During the first live iPhone presentation, Steve Jobs had to frequently switch phones behind his desk, otherwise it would run out of RAM and crash. Seems like a scam, Mr. Steve. In Mississippi, it is considered a federal offense to dine and dash on a check that is over $25. In California, it is only petty theft. The NYPD had a police officer follow Andre the Giant whenever he went out drinking. This was to make sure he didn't get drunk and fall on anyone. Number 150. In the popular film The Godfather, the word mafia is never said because the actual mafia commanded it. Alright, 150 down. 150 down, 50 to go. Relax, 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 relax. Knowledge. We're here for knowledge and relaxation. Red pandas have no living relatives. They aren't even related to giant pandas. Did you know that after Christianity, the largest religious affiliation in the U.S. is Judaism? Or did you know that Ewok jerky was a popular snack across the Outer Rim in the Star Wars universe? Have you ever been informed that Italy built an entire courthouse to prosecute the mafia? They charged 474 members in a trial that lasted from 1986 to 1992. To date, it was the biggest trial in the world. That's 6 years. Doug Engelbart created the very first computer mouse from wood in 1964. The smallest thing ever photographed is the shadow of an atom. the Sun, Venus is the warmest planet. There's no visual differences between male and female herons. You know, the bird. 159. Did you know that construction cranes are built using construction cranes? That's craneception. In the popular 2014 movie Godzilla, the Godzilla portrayal was only seen for about 8 minutes in the entire film. In every scene of Fight Club, there is a Starbucks coffee cup. It snowed in the Sahara Desert for 30 minutes on February 18th, 1979. PewDiePie supported his YouTube channel by selling hot dogs. His persistence paid off when in 2012 his YouTube channel generated over 1 million subscribers. That was a lot back then. Approximately 1 million dogs in the US are named as the heirs of their owners' wills. It takes longer to drown in salt water than in fresh water. Because of this, around 90% of drownings occur in fresh water. Employees at Miller Coors get 3 free cases of beer each month, in addition to having access to beer and cider on location after a workday. Keyword after the workday. Kanye West's song Hey Mama was dedicated to his mother who died in 2007 after complications from plastic surgery. More than 90% of survivors of the 9/11 terror attack delayed evacuation to save their work, shut down computers, change shoes, or visit the bathroom. 169. Queen Elizabeth II saved up post-war clothing ration coupons in order to pay for her wedding dress in 1947. Sweden has the most islands in the world with 221,800 islands. Although dingoes are about the same size as a Springer Spaniel, they are brave enough to target an adult kangaroo when hunting in packs. If you keep smelling something that is not really there, you may be experiencing the earliest symptoms of schizophrenia. Did you know when George Washington died, Napoleon Bonaparte of France gave him a personal eulogy and ordered a 10-day mourning period for France? 174. Since the death penalty was restored in 1976, the states of Washington and New Hampshire have returned to hanging as an available method of execution. Even though drugs are officially illegal in the Netherlands, it is legal to be under the influence of any drug to encourage people to seek medical help. The first world leader to create a YouTube channel was the British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who made his account in 2007. Cookie Monster's real name is Sid. It is commonly believed that motorcycles are allowed to pass other vehicles within the same lane by driving on the dotted line. However, California law does not allow or prohibit lane splitting. In California, you can get a ticket if you're driving too slowly. Malta's official language is Maltese. However, the majority of the population also speak English. 180. The fear of vegetables is called lacanophobia. This term was used to refer to the guard who sat next to the stagecoach driver. The guards would use a shotgun to keep robbers and criminals away. It made its way into society due to Hollywood's love of Western flicks. Dogs with pointed and long faces tend to live longer than those which have flatter faces, such as pugs. Did you know in 2005, Frito-Lay launched Cheetos lip balm, but it was quickly taken off the market due to its failure? The average human heart beats 3.6 million times per year. Did you know that the average life expectancy of a toucan is a very impressive 20 years? A standard 12-ounce jar of honey takes 864 bees to produce. Fact 190. 7% of all American adults believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. That works out to about 16.4 million people. Disc. Did you know at one point 50% of all the CDs produced worldwide had an AOL logo on them? The cost for the marketing campaign was in the billions, and it worked. There are 30 times more trees on Earth than there are stars in the Milky Way. It's estimated that there are 100 billion stars and 3 trillion trees. The first spacecraft to visit Mars was Mariner 4 in 1965. According to biblical scholars, Jesus was more than likely born in a cave and not a stable, as the tale says. While hunting, stoats go crazy, jumping, spinning, and twisting to get a rabbit's attention. This hypnotizes the rabbit until the stoat gets close enough to attack. Did you know that jellyfish are considered biologically immortal? They don't age and will never die unless they are killed. 197. Extreme ironing is a sport in which people take ironing boards to remote locations and iron items of clothing. It originated in England. 198. Mickey Mouse was the first ever cartoon character to talk. In the 1929 episode, The Carnival Kid, Mickey's first words were hot dogs. 199. Bob Ross's hair was so naturally straight, but he chose to get a perm so he could save money on haircuts when touring the U.S. Penniless in his mobile home. Bob actually hated his curly hair but kept it as it was iconic. And fact number 200. The longer you spend dating somebody before marrying, the less likely the marriage is to end in a divorce. Fact number 1. Did you know that goats are related to sheep, but they have some striking differences? Goats are built a bit lighter, have shorter tails, and their horns arch backwards. Number 2. Did you know that a male goat is called a billy or a buck? This is where the name billy goat comes from. A female goat is called a nanny or a doe. Did you know that a baby goat is called a kid? Goats can give birth to twins, triplets, and even quadruplets. Number 4. It is thought that goats were first domesticated in the East during prehistoric times, around the same time that humans started growing crops. There are millions of domesticated goats worldwide today, but most of them are in China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nigeria. For centuries, goats have been used as a source of food. A faun is a half-man, half-goat creature that appears in ancient Roman and Greek mythology. These are often shows with pointed ears and a symbol of peace and kindness. Goats are remarkably similar to dogs. They can be trained to obey instructions following many of the same techniques that are used on dogs. Number 24. Both male and female goats can have beards, but nobody is sure as to what the exact reason is. Their beards may help to insulate them from cold weather or signal dominance when in a pack. 25. Did you know that goats do not have upper front teeth? Instead, they have a dental pad to protect their gums. They have lower teeth and some upper teeth further back in their mouths. And those are 25 goat facts for you. Our next little theme of facts we're going to jump into is the shoe brand Crocs. Did you know that Crocs were first released in Florida in 2002? They were marketed as boat shoes and unveiled at the 43rd Annual Fort Lauderdale Boat Show, which attracts thousands of visitors. Or did you know that only 200 pairs of Crocs were available at their first release? And they sold out straight away. Since then, more than 850 million pairs have been sold worldwide. Number 28. Crocs are sold in more than 85 countries across almost every region of the globe. These include Argentina, India, Singapore, Turkey, the USA, UK, and South Africa. 29. These shoes were named after crocodiles since they adapt easily to different environments. Crocodiles can survive on land and water, which is exactly what Crocs were designed to do. Some people think the top of Crocs look like the snout of a crocodile. Number 30. Scott Siemens first noticed the potential of this shoe, designed by Andy Redioff from Foam Creations Inc., and introduced them to his friends Landon, Duke, Hansen, and George Bodecker. The three men co-founded Crocs together from a warehouse in Miami. Did you know that Crocs are not made from pure rubber or plastic, but the material they use is actually called Crocolite? This material is primarily made of polyethyl vinyl acetate. Crocolite is waterproof, breathable, and can conform to the wearer's feet. In 2004, Crocs bought the rights to the material Crocolite. It paved the way for the Crocs brand to become exclusively known for this type of material. The unique resin is one of the main reasons Crocs are so comfortable. Crocs were first marketed to adults but later became available for children. Their practical styles and range of bright colors made them a perfect shoe for younger people. 34. Some people think that Crocs are among the ugliest shoes in the world, but this opinion certainly is not shared universally. According to Crocs, some people think these shoes are the best thing that has ever happened. Crocs are available in various styles to suit many fashion tastes. In addition to the classic version, other designs include heels, wedges, mules, and winter-lined boots. People love Crocs so much that they celebrate them on National Croc Day, which is marked annually on October 23rd. This day is also used to celebrate crocodiles. You probably wouldn't associate Crocs with a fashion runway, but in 2017 they made their first appearance at Paris Fashion Week. This collaboration with luxury fashion house Balenciaga saw the debut of 4-inch, 10cm platform Crocs. while some mules cost over $1,000. 39. Crocs became even more popular in 2020 when an event happened. And due to lockdowns, people spent more time at home and wanted to buy comfortable and sustainable footwear. 40, 40, 40. These fashion favorites are some of Amazon's best-selling items of all time. The classic Crocs alone have more than 500,000 customer reviews. Arguably, one of Crocs' most unusual designs was the Kentucky Fried Chicken style. Created for those who wanted to wear a bucket of chicken, these Crocs had a fried chicken print and 2 KFC chicken charms. 42. Celebrities have been spotted wearing Crocs plenty of times. A-list Croc lovers like Madonna prove that it's not just everyday people who love these shoes. Did you know that each pair of Crocs has 26 holes? There's 13 in each shoe, and these allow them to stay cool and dry. Water can drain out of the holes and air can get in. The holes also make the shoes more lightweight by using less material overall. 44. In 2006, Crocs paid $10 million to buy Jibbitz, the company that created the fun charms attached to the holes of the shoes. 45. Jibbitz charms are available in multiple popular designs, including characters from Pokemon, Hello Kitty, Super Mario, and Disney. They allow a Croc wearer to show off their hobbies and personalities. And that will be all of our facts for tonight about Crocs. And I think for our next set of facts, we're going to do emeralds. So, did you know that emerald is the birthstone of those born in May with the zodiac sign Taurus or Gemini? In astrology, it symbolizes wealth and is known as the stone of prosperity due to its color. Number 47. Since the emerald is a stone of prosperity, astrologers recommend those in banking and money-related careers wear emeralds, especially thorians. Did you know that almost all emeralds have some form of impurity, such as trapped gases? Unlike most other gemstones, these impurities don't always lessen the stone's value. Emerald came from the Greek word smaragdus, which literally means green gem. In Indian mythology, emeralds are called maragda, which means the green of growing things. Emeralds are also known in Hindi as pana. Number 50. Fact number 50. Emeralds are commonly preferred by the wealthy and were typically the gemstones of choice for historically significant jewelry pieces. While most emerald jewelry comes with a high price tag, the Rockefeller emerald reigns supreme as the most flawless emerald, valued at $5.5 million in the year 2017. Initially featured in a brooch, this coveted gemstone was later reset into a ring. The rarest emeralds have an intense bluish-green color, which comes from trace amounts of vanadium and chromium. Number 52. Queen Cleopatra of Egypt was a fan of emeralds, adorning herself and gifting them to other dignitaries. Number 53. In ancient Roman mythology, emeralds are linked with Venus, the goddess of love, while in Greek mythology, they are associated with Aphrodite, who was gifted a giant emerald by Hermes, the herald of gods. In Hinduism, green is associated with the heart chakra, making emeralds a love gem and a heart symbol. Spiritually, this gem is believed to calm emotions and lead the wearer to receive unconditional love. First, the famous time stone possessed by Doctor Strange is an emerald that gives the power to control time. From a Vedic astrologist's point of view, emeralds are strengthened by the planet Mercury and are believed to enhance a person's intellectual capacity. Those who wear emeralds are said to have higher odds of succeeding in academics and passing examinations as influenced by the position of the ruling planet. Did you know that it is believed emeralds possess healing powers? Hence why they are the common elements of bracelets and necklaces and are prevalent in the crystal healing community. For example, emeralds are said to help people suffering from skin diseases and brain-related conditions. Number 59. Emeralds tend to be more expensive than diamonds as they are more than 20 times rarer. Around 90% of the world's gem-quality emeralds are mined in Colombia. Colombia's mines aren't just highly productive, they also churn out some of the highest quality emeralds in the world. Alright, that's gonna do it for our facts about emeralds tonight. We are now 60 facts in, 40 to go. Let's jump into the next set, which is going to be about the color Hazel. Did you know that the color Hazel was first used in print by William Shakespeare in 1592, who compared one of his character's eyes to the color of ripe hazelnuts? Or did you know that painters during the Renaissance period used the color hazel to portray gold and even the hairs of angels, associating with the color with things like idealism, reputation, wealth, and wisdom? Around the 1960s, people started referring to a warm, earthy brown color as hazel because it resembles hazelnuts. One commonly accepted hex code for the color hazel is tag C8B575, but regarding its RGB color model for computer graphics, you will need 200 units of red, 181 units of green, and 117 units of blue to achieve this particular color. Hazel is one of the go-to paint colors when creating a warm environment. According to interior designers, it's a timeless color that complements various types of furniture. Despite blue being the most common color for zircon, the zipper's birthstone, this gemstone can also have a variety of colors, one of which being hazel. Number 67. The color hazel is not one definite color like yellow, blue, or red. It's extremely ambiguous and is almost exclusively used to describe eye colors. Hazel eyes typically have a combination of brown, green, and gold pigmentation, although hints of amber or blue can sometimes occur. 69. There's a lot of variety of color between different hazel eyes, and typically they tend to be tinged with brown or green. Hazel eyes can appear in different colors under different lighting conditions. This explains why hazel eyes are referred to as the chameleon of eye colors. And only 5% of people worldwide have hazel eyes. It's often confused with brown eyes, which is the most common eye color in the world, which over 79% of people have. 72. Cancer causes and control. A peer-reviewed medical journal published in 2022 study wherein researchers discovered that out of 35,000 men, those with hazel or other lighter colors 74. Out of the total global population with hazel eyes, approximately 18% reside in the United States. Brazil and Spain also have high numbers of hazel-eyed citizens. 75. Some examples of celebrities with hazel eyes are Emma Roberts, Jason Statham, and Zendaya. So that is going to be all of our hazel facts for the night. We are now 75 facts deep. So for these last 25, we are going to be doing facts about sunscreen. Let's get into it. Did you know the difference between chemical and physical sunscreen is that the former has ingredients that absorb UV rays before they penetrate the skin? The latter, on the other hand, reflects UV rays away from your skin. Did you know that people with sensitive skin should use mineral sunscreens containing either zinc oxide or titanium dioxide, as chemical ones can trigger skin irritation? A broad spectrum label indicates that the sunscreen you're buying can block both UVA and UVB radiation. Number 79. Applying enough sunscreen is vital for sun protection, as not putting enough sunscreen on can cause a lower sun protection factor. UVB rays are the type of UV rays responsible for sunburn. Dermatologists generally suggest buying sunscreen with an SPF of 30, as it protects your skin from 97% of the sun's UVB rays. Despite sunscreens blocking the sun's UVB light, which causes vitamin D production, numerous studies have concluded that using them won't lead to a vitamin D deficiency. Did you know that once sunscreen expires, it's effectively just a moisturizer, since it no longer has UV protection? In other words, using expired sunscreen can still lead to a sunburn. Number 83. Franz Geiter, the inventor of sunscreen, created it in 1938 after getting sunburned while climbing a mountain on the Swiss-Austrian border. Did you know that one of the commonly missed areas for applying sunscreen is the lips? You can protect this part of your face from the sun by using a lip balm or lipstick with an SPF of at least 15. 85. Relying on sunscreen alone to protect yourself from the sun's harmful effects is not enough. Dermatologists also advise wearing sun protective clothing and avoiding direct sun exposure during peak UV hours, which is 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. And you should still wear sunscreen even if you're indoors, as UV rays can still pass through window glass. Also, even if it's not sunny outside, you still need to wear sunscreen, since 80% of the sun's UV rays can still hit your skin on cloudy days. Oily sunscreens can block pores, causing acne breakouts. You can prevent this by checking if a sunscreen has non-comedogenic ingredients like zinc oxide and titanium dioxide. And regardless of whether you're using a physical or chemical sunscreen, you have to apply it around 20 to 30 minutes before going outside to give it time to be dry and effective. Number 90. Avobenzone is one of the reasons why most sunscreen irritates your eyes. It's an ingredient added to sunscreen that converts UV rays into heat, which is less harmful to the skin. Did you know that sunscreens that contain retinol not only protect your skin from the sun's UV rays, but also prevents wrinkles due to retinol's anti-aging effects? generally be reapplied every 2 hours as it wears off and becomes less effective as time passes by. Did you know that many sunscreens are sweat and water resistant, as sweating and swimming can wear off the protective layers of sunscreen, making them less effective? So, remember, when you hit the beach, reapply sunscreen if you're sweating or after swimming, even if it's water resistant. 96. You may need to apply sunscreen underneath the clothing because some clothes, like cotton and linen, have a poor ultraviolet protection factor. Some examples of fabrics that don't easily allow UV radiation to pass through them are polyester and wool. 97. There's less chance of getting a white cast on your skin if you opt for chemical sunscreen. A white cast is a white residue you typically see after applying mineral sunscreens. But if you do use one, tapping or patting the sunscreen on your face and letting it settle for a while makes the white cast less noticeable. Wearing sunscreen isn't recommended for infants under 6 months since it's better to make them avoid sun exposure altogether. This is because their skin is still too sensitive during this stage of development. Did you know that when using spray sunscreen, you should spray it onto your hands rather than directly onto your face? This is to prevent irritating your eyes and lungs, as you can accidentally inhale the sunscreen if you spray it on your face. Number 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Fact number 100. Chemical sunscreen should be applied before you moisturize, as your skin has to absorb it first to be effective. However, if you're using a physical sunscreen, you should put it on after moisturizing, since it needs to sit on top of your skin to achieve sun protection. Fact number 1. There was a proposed amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1916 that would put all acts of war to a national vote, and anyone voting yes would have to register as a volunteer for service in the United States Army. That's interesting. Number 2. Jupiter has over 70 moons. Did you know that 1 out of every 200 men is a direct descendant of Genghis Khan? Or what about, you don't need to wait 24 hours to file a missing person report? Number 5. In 1919, a wave of molasses rushed through the streets of Boston, killing 21 people and injuring 150. That's so random. On average, the closest planet to Earth is Mercury, and on average, the closest planet to Pluto is also Mercury. Did you know that 1 teaspoon of neutron star material weighs 6 billion tons? Number 8. Did you know that camels store water in their bloodstream and not their hump, which is actually fatty tissue? Number 9. If you could fold a piece of paper in half 42 times, it would reach the moon. Fact number 10. It's legal for anyone over 5 years old to drink alcohol in the UK. Did you know that the phrase hands down comes from horse racing? It refers to a jockey who's so far ahead that he can afford to drop his hands and loosen the reins, which are usually kept tight to encourage a horse to run, and they would still win easily. In 1961, 2 hydrogen bombs were accidentally dropped over North Carolina. A glitch prevented them from detonating. of the Earth's ocean is unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. Fact number 20. Kermit Roosevelt, who is Theodore Roosevelt's grandson, overthrew Iran for the U.S. government. 21. Square watermelons are grown in Japan. Did you know that cows have best friends and they get stressed when they are separated? Or did you know that you could fit all the planets between the Earth and the Moon? Or what about whale sharks, which have teeth on their eyeballs? Ancient Romans used to use urine as mouthwash. 26. While Mount Everest is the highest altitude mountain, the tallest mountain on Earth is Mauna Kea. The longest boxing match went 110 rounds and over 7 hours. That is a long time. A long time to be getting punched. Due to their fur, the polar bear is relatively invisible to an infrared camera. The couple in the painting American Gothic are actually father and daughter and not husband and wife. 50% of all public corporations in the United States use a drab 2-story office space in Delaware as their tax haven, including half of all Fortune 500 companies. There are more trees on Earth than stars in the Milky Way galaxy. The chainsaw was originally created to aid in childbirth. There are only 2 countries in the world that have "the" as part of their country's name. The United States is one of them. If a Lone Star tick bites you, you may become allergic to red meat. Oh, that would be very bad for me. Red, green, yellow, and orange bell peppers are all the same type of pepper, with their color difference being caused by being at different stages of ripeness. During World War II, the U.S. created a bomb that used live bats. A bat bomb, that sounds terrifying. Buffalo is a grammatically correct sentence in the English language. Fact number 38. Camels originated in North America. Who knew? If a sound could travel through space, the noise that the sun would be the equivalent to a train horn from 1 meter away. Tommy Fitzpatrick stole a small plane in 1956 from New Jersey on a bet and then landed it on the narrow street in front of the bar where he had been drinking in Manhattan. 2 years later, he did it again after someone didn't believe he had done it the first time. Wombat poop is square. 42. A town in Pennsylvania has had an uncontrolled fire burning since 1962. Firefighters sometimes use wetting agents to make water wetter. But is water wet? The Canary Islands were named after dogs, not canaries. 45. The 8th power of a number is a Zensic. That's Zencizicenzic. That's how you spell that. There are some spiders that keep tiny frogs as pets to stop pests. Brontosaurus never existed. In a room with just 23 people, there's a 50-50 chance that at least 2 people have the same birthday. It's called the birthday paradox. It's kind of crazy, but the math does make sense. It's weird, look it up. 55. A dog named Duke was the mayor of Cormorant, Minnesota for 4 consecutive terms before retiring at 91 in dog years. You have no major muscles in your fingers. All muscles that control finger movement are in your forearm and palm. There is a part of Yellowstone National Park where a person could theoretically get away with murder due to a loophole. Oxford University is older than the Aztec Empire. 59. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, uses Waffle House restaurants being open or closed as one way to determine the effect of a storm and the likely scale of assistance required for disaster recovery. Shout out Waffle House. 60. If the sun dies, it'll take about 8 minutes before we realize it has. A giraffe and a human have the same number of bones in their neck. It's kind of weird. Did you know that George Washington never knew dinosaurs existed? Most of the visible stars you see in the night sky are binary stars, which are 2 stars orbiting each other. NASA mistakenly erased the original tape of the first steps on the moon. 65. Smallpox is the only infectious disease that affects humans to have been eradicated. Drinking too much water can be fatal. Did you know that? Military grade is a marketing ploy. In the actual military grade is defined as meeting the bare minimum requirements of durability while also costing the least. So it actually doesn't really mean much. Did you know that when babies are born, they have 300 bones, but an adult only has 206? Speaking of bones, sharks have no bones. Fact number 70. There are only 2 countries in the world that use the color purple in their flag. Did you know that Australia exports sand to Saudi Arabia? That's random. Did you know that because there are more molecules of air in one breath than there are breaths in the atmosphere, every breath you take likely contains at least 1 molecule of Newton's last breath? That's a mind bender right there. Did you know that Earth used to be purple? It's true. Bubbles are the number 1 cause of damage to ship propellers. 75. A Japanese company gives its non-smoking employees 6 extra vacation days to compensate for smoking breaks. Lemurs use millipedes as an insect repellent and to get high. 77. The circulatory system is more than 60,000 miles long. Did you know that there are parts of Africa in all 4 hemispheres? Or what about the cornea is one of only 2 parts of the human body without blood vessels? takes a drop of water 90 days to travel the entire Mississippi River. Did you know that the first person processed at Ellis Island was a 15-year-old girl from Ireland? Or did you know that Japan has one vending machine for every 40 people? Here's a random fact. Lemons float, but limes sink. Fact. There's only one letter that doesn't appear in any U.S. state name. Can you guess what it is? If you guessed Q, you would be correct. Number 90. A cow-bison hybrid is called a beefalo. You can even buy its meat in 21 states. Here's an interesting fact. Armadillo shells are bulletproof. Imagine how you had to find that one out. The longest English word is 189,819 letters long. Did you know that some octopus species lay 56,000 eggs at a time? Or did you know that cats have fewer toes on their back paws? Here's a random one. Kleenex tissues were originally intended for gas mask when there was a cotton shortage. 96. Blue whales eat 500,000 calories in one mouthful. One mouthful, that's a lot. Wow. 97. You know that tiny little pocket in your jeans? It was designed to store a pocket watch. Number 98. Most Disney characters wear gloves because it helps to keep the animation process more simple. 99. The man with the world's deepest voice can make sounds that humans can't hear. And fact number 100. Thanks to 3D printing, NASA can basically email tools to astronauts that are on the space station. Fact number 1. Donkey Kong got his name because his creator believed donkey meant stupid in English and wanted to convey the impression that the character was a stupid ape. Number 2. More than 1/5 of all the calories consumed by humans worldwide is provided by rice alone. That's a lot. Did you know that people can have a psychological disorder called boanthropy that makes them believe that they are a cow and they try to live their life as a cow? Or did you know that the name for the shape of a Pringles can is called a hyperbolic paraboloid? Did you know that? Fact number 5. There is a McDonald's in every continent except Antarctica. Overall, there are more than 36,000 McDonald's spread out across the globe. And while this number is incredibly high, it makes perfect sense considering that the favorite fast food ranks as the second largest fast food chain in the world. Did you know that Mr. Potato Head was the first toy to be advertised on TV? The very first toy. 7. A duel between 3 people is actually called a duel. is a dying tradition, and companies have trouble finding properly trained ninjas. Did you know that the process by which bread toast is called the Maillard reaction? 13. Weird Al Yankovic wrote Albuquerque to be as a joke, specifically to annoy people for 12 minutes, but it ended up becoming one of his most popular songs. Did you know that Admiral Akbar from Star Wars Episode 6 Return of the Jedi was not a man in a suit, it was actually a giant puppet? Number 15. Sonic the Hedgehog's full name is actually Ogilvy Maurice Hedgehog. Number 16. Even though Fruit Loops are different colors, they all have exactly the same flavor. That one kind of ruins my childhood, so sorry if I just ruined yours. Number 17. The first roller coaster was used to transport coal down a hill. After people found that it could reach speeds up to 50 miles per hour, tourists asked to ride it for a few cents. Number 18. Most toilet paper sold for home use in France is pink, and not white like it is in the US. Marmite was one of the most confiscated items at airports from the UK, so to overcome this issue, Marmite made smaller ones for traveling. Number 20. Warner Bros. Canceled Home Alone because they didn't want to spend $14 million on it, but 21st Century Fox continued the production and the film grossed $476 million worldwide. That's a little bit of an oopsie for Warner Bros. Did you know that Cards Against Humanity bought an island off the coast of Maine to preserve wildlife? They named it Hawaii 2. In 1862, the King of Siam offered Abraham Lincoln many elephants on the grounds that a country as great as the United States should not be without elephants. Lincoln politely declined. Yeah, Lincoln declined that one. The television was invented only 2 years after the invention of sliced bread. That's kind of weird. Number 24. Bullfrogs do not sleep. They don't sleep. Did you know that the dark region on the North Pole of Pluto's moon, Charon, is called Mordor? In July 2015, NASA's New Horizons spacecraft became the first spacecraft to fly past Pluto, formerly the 9th planet of our solar system. NASA called on the general public to aid them in giving names to the many new features of Pluto that they expected to find, and the general public did not disappoint. Not only did they name a dark spot on Charon's moon after Charon's holdout in J.R.R. Tolkien's Middle-earth, but they also named a dark spot on Pluto's south pole, Cthulhu, from H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. Number 26. 8 of the 10 largest statues in the world are Buddhas. In 2015, a silver coin with Superman on the head side was made, which is legal tender in Canada. There were about 350,000 produced. 28. It took the creator of the Rubik's Cube, Erno Rubik, 1 month to solve the cube after creating it, and as of June 2018, the world record was 4.22 seconds. Japanese square watermelons are ornamental plants and are not edible. Tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. And the stripes are like fingerprints. No two tigers have the same pattern. Did you know that ketchup originated in China as a boiled Morse code, the face means the letter K. In 2005, a fortune cookie company called Wonton Food Inc. correctly foretold lottery numbers, resulting in 110 winners and an investigation. No fraud was involved. Number 34. Two PlayStation 1 games, FIFA 2001 and Gran Turismo 2, have a scratch and sniff disc. The FIFA 2001 smelled like a soccer field, while Gran Turismo 2 smelled like car tires. It's pretty cool. Did you know that Mexico's presidential palace is 14 times larger than the White House and started allowing visitors for the first time in 2018? Boeing uses potatoes to test their in-flight Wi-Fi as they reflect and absorb the signal similarly to people. The project is called synthetic personal using dialectic substitutions, or SPUDs. In 2014, Sony made a cassette tape that can store 185 terabytes of data, or 185,000 gigabytes. Number 38. The collars on men's dress shirts used to be detachable, and this was to save money on laundry costs, as the collar was the part that needed cleaning the most frequently. Did you know that there's a flower that smells like chocolate? It is native to Mexico, and this dark red flower is not edible. It is called Cosmos athrosanguineus, or chocolate cosmos. In 2014, a missing woman on vacation in Iceland was found when it was discovered that she was in the search party looking for herself. Number 41. If you sneeze while traveling at 60 miles per hour, your eyes are closed for an average of 50 feet. That's an important one to remember. Your tonsils could grow back if there was a tissue left behind during the removal process. Sometimes it's accidental, other times it's left on purpose. Did you know that alligators will give manatees the right of way if they are swimming near each other? How nice of them. Crystal, which is the monkey from The Hangover 2 and Night at the Museum, has her own IMDb page. Check it out. Although the TV show Friends is based around life in New York City, the entire show was filmed in California. That's deception. Number 46. Magpies are considered one of the most intelligent animals in the world and are only non-mammal species able to recognize themselves in a mirror test. Number 47. Expedia.com, Hotels.com, Hotwire.com, Trivago, Travelocity, and Orbitz are all owned by the same company, Expedia Inc. Talk about a monopoly. Did you know that the world record for the longest human chain of people holding hands is 652.4 miles? It consisted of 5 million people in Bangladesh as part of a campaign. Baked beans are actually not baked, but stewed. Number 50. Rowan Atkinson, also known as Mr. Bean, is the voice of Zazu in The Lion King. Did you know that the most popular item at Walmart is bananas? They sell more bananas than any other single item they have in stock. Or did you know that sunsets on Mars are blue? The abbreviation LBS films being measured in feet when being edited in the early days of filmmaking. Why footage got its name is one of those questions that you have when you're taking a long shower or when you're just starting to drift off to sleep. But back in the day when movies were released without audio, they used to use 35mm film. And during this era, the film was measured out and cut into foot-long strips, which contained 16 frames in each. And 1 foot of 35mm film was just 1 second of screen time. The amount of seconds in a film naturally became known as footage. In 2005, Mark Zuckerberg unsuccessfully tried to sell Facebook for $75 million. Back then it was called the Facebook. There's an opposite of albino animals which aren't white but black, and these are known as melanistic animals. In 2016, a student left a pineapple in an art museum in Scotland. 2 days later, it had been placed in a glass case as part of an exhibition. The first film with a $100 million budget was True Lies, and it was made in 1994. Number 60. Digging a hole to China is theoretically possible if you start in Argentina. Might be kind of hard, but it is theoretically possible. Did you know that researchers found fossils of a mega penguin that stood over 6 feet tall and weighed in at over 250 pounds? That would be so cool. Strawberries can also be white or yellow and sometimes can even taste like pineapples. The term bra is Hawaiian Pitkin, short for brada, which is brother, and was popularized by surf culture. As of 1998, over 50% of Iceland's population believed in the existence of elves. Did you know that the Boston Marathon didn't allow female runners until 1972? However, the first woman to finish the Boston Marathon actually was Roberta Gibb, and she finished in 1966. She had hidden some bushes until the race started to avoid detection and then ran the marathon without any official sanction. And then in 1967, another woman, Catherine Switzer, didn't declare herself a woman when she competed in 1967, and she was allowed to enter the race. And once it became clear that she was a woman, the officials tried to stop her but were unsuccessful. Did you know that when watermelons are grilled or baked, they lose their granular texture and can even be used as a meat substitute? A watermelon steak. Number 67. Nebraska's official state slogan is Nebraska. Honestly, it's not for everyone. Some cat breeds called puppy cats are bred specifically to exhibit dog-like behavior. I guess it's for people who can't make up their mind. 69. In October 2015, United Airlines made a man with cerebral palsy crawl off one of its flights. The flight attendants just watched as he struggled. Shame. Number 70. Bluetooth technology was named after a 10th century king, King Harold Bluetooth. He united Denmark and Norway, just like wireless technology united computers and cell phones. All dogs are banned from Antarctica since April of 1994, and this ban was made because of the concern that dogs might spread diseases to seals. There's a sport called squirrel fishing in which participants try to catch squirrels and lift them into the air by using a nut on a fishing pole. I would like to see that. In Slovakia, they have Christmas carp that live in the family bathtub for a few days before they are eaten. Number 74. Banks have therapists known as wealth psychologists who help ultra-rich clients who cannot mentally cope with their immense wealth. Suffering from success. Did you know that hackers uncovered a flaw in Hotmail security in 1999 which allowed access to any Hotmail email account by entering as the password? This crippling flaw was deemed to be the most widespread security incident in the history of the web. Did you know that a small population of mammoths survived on the Wrangel Island until 1650 BC, about 900 years after the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza was completed? The office treasurer of the United States has been held by women since 1949. The Flintstones was the most profitable network cartoon franchise for 30 years. That's before The Simpsons came along. 79. The University of Minnesota is older than Minnesota, the state. Tickling has been divided into two types. Kinesimus refers to the light feather-like tickling, and gargalesis refers to harder, laughter-inducing tickling. Did you know that as of 2019, the site MySpace still gets 8 million visitors per month? C-3PO and R2-D2 had their own 1985 single-season, 13-episode spin-off TV series called Star Wars Droids. The season showed the adventures of R2-D2 and C-3PO before they joined Luke Skywalker. Number 83. People don't sneeze in their sleep due to their brain shutting down the reflex. Number 84. Your nose is always visible to you. It's just that your mind ignores it through a process called unconscious selective attention. Did you know that there are twice as many pyramids in Sudan as there are in Egypt? When most people think of pyramids, they instantly think of Egypt, but that's wrong. Sudan has somewhere between 200 to 255 pyramids, while Egypt is just home to roughly 125 of them. Number 86. The word Jurassic, which we often associate with the dinosaurs, comes from the Celtic word for forest. Here's a fact for you. The brain is our fattiest organ and is composed of nearly 60% of fat. Guy Fawkes is the reason guys are called guys. February used to be the last month of the year, which is why it has the shortest number of days. Number 90. Lego toys are a better investment than stocks, bonds, or gold. That's a crazy fact. A Canadian company started selling fresh air in a can as a joke. Then Chinese consumers made it real, paying up to $20 a can. Did you know that in September 2007, a guy named Kevin Shelley broke 46 wooden toilet seats with his head in 1 minute to create a world record? College of the Ozarks doesn't charge a tuition. Instead, students work on campus at least 15 hours a week and have 2 40-hour work weeks. 94. The Japanese have a work philosophy called Kaizen, where people constantly seek ways to improve methods instead of just doing it the same way. Since 2014, the Welsh government has donated a fruit tree to families in Uganda for every child born or adopted in Wales. Did you know that restaurants can sing Happy Birthday now because the copyright claims are invalid? Judge George H. King ruled that a copyright filed in 1935 granted only the rights to specific piano arrangements of the so much it can now be seen with the naked eye. In 4,000 years, it will be at the same angle as the tower in Pisa is now. Did you know that a cloud weighs around 1,000,000 tons? Or did you know that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? And while that one is true, there are only 5 well-documented lightning strikes on giraffes, but that's due to the population being much smaller than the population of humans. But percentage-wise, if you compare the ratios, they're more likely. But that might not surprise you because they're a lot taller than humans. Number 3. Identical twins don't have the same fingerprints, and that's because of environmental factors during development in the womb. Number 4, Earth's rotation is changing speed. It's actually slowing down, and that means on average the length of a day increases by around 1.8 seconds per century. 600 million years ago, a day was only 21 hours long. Did you know that your brain is constantly eating itself? Did you know that? Or what about the largest piece of fossilized dinosaur poo discovered is over 30 centimeters long and over 2 liters in volume? It's believed to be a Tyrannosaurus rex turd. The fossilized dung is helping scientists better understand what the dinosaur ate. Number 7. The universe's average color is called cosmic latte. And that's from a 2002 study where astronomers found that the light coming from galaxies averaged into this beige color that's pretty close to white, called cosmic latte. Number 8. Animals can experience time differently from humans. To smaller animals, the world around them moves more slowly. And this is because of the perception of time depends on how quickly the brain can process incoming information. Number 9. Water might not be wet, and this is because most scientists define wetness as a liquid's ability to maintain contact with a solid surface, meaning that water, being a liquid itself, is not wet but can make other objects wet. So there's that scientific answer that you've been waiting for. Number 10. A chicken once lived for 18 months without a head. Number 11. All the world's bacteria stacked on top of each other would stretch for 10 billion light years. It could wrap around the Milky Way over 20,000 times. That's kind of crazy because you can't see bacteria. It's so small, but all of it combined. It's an interesting thought. Number 12. Wearing a tie can reduce blood flow to the brain by 7.5%. A necktie, that is. The fear of long words is called hippopotomonstrosquipedaleop. Let me try that again. I probably butchered that. The fear of long words is called hippopotomonstrosquipedaleop. Yeah, you might just want to look that word up. It's a 36-letter word. Kind of ironic that the This method is widely inaccurate and makes Alaska appear as large as Brazil, and Greenland appear 14 times larger than it actually is. For a map to be completely accurate, it would need to be life-size and round, not flat. Did you know that NASA genuinely faked part of the moon landing? While Neil Armstrong's first steps on the lunar surface were categorically not faked, the astronaut quarantine protocol when the astronauts arrived back on Earth was largely just one big show. Number 22. Comets smell like rotten eggs. Number 23. Earth's poles are moving. This magnetic reversal of the North and South Pole has happened 171 times in the past 71 million years, and we are overdue for a flip. It could come soon, as the North Pole is moving at around 55 kilometers per year, an increase over the 15 kilometers per year up until 1990. Did you know you can actually die laughing, and a number of people have, typically due to intense laughter causing a heart attack or suffocation? Comedy shows should come with a warning. Did you know that chainsaws were first invented for childbirth? Or did you know that ants don't have lungs? They instead breathe through spiracles, which are 9 or 10 tiny openings, depending on the species. Here's a good one for you. The T-Rex likely had feathers. Scientists in China discovered early T-Rex skeletons that were covered in feathers. So if the ancestors of the T-Rex had feathers, the T-Rex probably did too. Football teams wearing red kits play better. Interesting. Number 29. Wind turbines kill between 10,000 and 100,000 birds each year in the United Kingdom. But painting one of the blades of a wind turbine black can reduce bird deaths by 70%. Number 30. Snails have between 1,000 and 12,000 teeth, but they aren't like ours, so don't be thinking that snails have front teeth. You'll find that the snail has tiny teeth all over its tongue instead. Did you know that sound can actually be registered as a minus decibel, a negative decibel? The quietest place on Earth is in Redmond, Washington, and it measures a negative 20.6 decibel. A horse normally has more than 1 horsepower. Interesting. Normally it's about 24. One horse has 24 horsepower. Your signature can reveal personality traits. A larger signature typically correlates with higher social bravado or narcissistic traits. One in 18 people have a third nipple. That one seems crazy to me. Did you know that bananas are radioactive? Or did you know that there's no such thing as a straight line? If you zoom in close enough to anything, you spot irregularities. And even a laser light beam is slightly curved. underwater thanks to their built-in reflexes that allow them to pop up, take a breath, and sink back down without waking. Did you know that the moon looks upside down in the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere anyways? Number 41. You can yo-yo in space. It works because a yo-yo mainly relies on the laws of conservation of angular momentum to perform tricks, which, provided you keep the string taut, they apply in microgravity too. Not only plants photosynthesize, algae and some other organisms, including sea slugs and bee aphids, contain chlorophyll and can also take sunlight and turn it into an energy source. Number 43. You can be pregnant and not even realize. 1 in 500 don't even recognize it until they're at least halfway through, and 1 in 2,500 do not know until labor begins. Did you know that what causes your skin to itch is actually bacteria on your skin? It's a specific bacteria that releases a chemical that activates a protein in our nerves, and this sends a signal from our skin to our brains, which our brain perceives as an itch. Did you know that starfish don't have bodies? Their entire bodies are technically classified as heads, so they're just one big head. There was one time when somebody was constipated for 45 days and had to undergo surgery to remove the fecal mass. It was as large as a football. Number 47. You travel 2.5 million kilometers a day around the sun without even realizing it. And that's because of the Earth's orbit around the sun and also around the Milky Way. Fish form orderly queues in emergencies. When they're evacuating through narrow spaces and sketchy situations, schools of fish form a line. How nice of them. Did you know there are more bacterial cells in your body than human cells? The average human is about 56% bacteria. Number 50. Most ginger cats are male. That's roughly a 3-to-1 ratio. Did you know that your nails grow faster in the hot summer? And it's probably due to increased blood supply to the fingertips. But it could also be because you are less stressed while on a holiday. Insects can fly up to 3.25 kilometers above sea level. And that's because alpine bumblebees have been found living that high up. There's a planet mostly made from diamond. It's called 55 Cancri E. It's about twice the size of Earth and about 40 light years away from us within the Cancer constellation. Whoever can figure out how to get to that planet first will be rich. Did you know that animals house-sized bricks. However, it might cost a pretty penny buying that many Legos. Martial artists who smile before the start of a match are more likely to lose. Number 59. It's almost impossible to get too much sugar from fresh fruit. Number 60. You don't like the sound of your own voice because of the bones in your head, and it makes our voice sound deeper. A rainbow on Venus is called a glory. Protons look like peanuts, rugby balls, bagels, and spheres. They come in all different shapes and sizes, with their appearance changing based on the speed of smaller particles within them, which are called quarks. Mirrors facing each other don't produce infinite reflections. Each reflection will be darker than the last and eventually fade into invisibility. And that's because mirrors absorb a fraction of the energy of the light striking them. The total number of reflections that a mirror can produce is somewhere around a few hundred before it becomes invisible. Psychologists argue that aspects of being evil can actually be cured by cognitive behavioral therapy. So, there might be a cure for being evil. Number 65. All mammals get goosebumps. Football players spit so much because exercise increases the amount of protein in saliva. Did you know that some animals display autistic-like traits? Atypical social habits, specifically. The biggest butterfly in the world has a 31-centimeter wingspan. Number 69. You remember more dreams when you sleep badly. You could sweat when you're anxious to alert others. A lightning bolt is 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. It has a temperature of 54,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 30,000 degrees Celsius. The longest anyone has held their breath underwater is over 24.5 minutes. It was achieved by Croatian Budimir Sobat. It was 24 minutes and 37 seconds. The average human can do somewhere between 30 and 90 seconds. The moon is shrinking by about 50 meters in radius over the last several 100 million years. Mysterious seismic activities known as moonquakes could be to blame. Did you know that when dogs tilt their head while you're speaking towards them, it's to better pinpoint familiar words? Or did you know that if the earth doubled in size, trees would immediately fall over due to a surface gravity being doubled? Number 76. Mercury, not Venus, is the closest planet to Earth on average. Flamingos are not born pink. They actually come into the world with you can smell ants. Many species of ants release a very strong smelling chemical when they're angry, threatened, or being squished. Trapjaw ants release a chocolatey smell when annoyed, while citronella ants earn their name from the lemony odor they give off. Forget candles, you can just get an ant jar. People who eat whatever they want and stay slim have a slow metabolism, not fast. People tend to say they have a fast metabolism, but in reality a skinny person tends to have less muscle mass than others, meaning their metabolic rate is lower than those of a high muscle mass. Number 80. Earth is 4.54 billion years old. This was discovered with radiometric dating. Electrons might live forever, but they're not quite sure. If they don't live forever, it's about 5 quintillion times longer than the universe has been around, so it's pretty much forever. Did you know that beavers don't actually live in dams? Technically, they live in a lodge, which they build behind a dam within a deep pool of water. The average dinosaur lifespan was surprisingly small. T-Rexes, for example, didn't live much longer than 27 to 33 years. Number 84. Someone left a family photo on the moon. When Apollo 16 astronaut Charles Duke landed on the moon in 1972, he decided to leave behind a photo of him, his 2 sons, and his wife, and the photo remains on the moon to this day. On Saturn's largest moon, it rains methane. The moon is Titan. Did you know that giraffes hum to communicate with each other? It's a low-frequency humming, and it could be a form of a contact call between individuals who have been separated from their herd, helping them find each other in the dark. Some researchers think they sleep talk too. Glass sponges can live for 15,000 years, which would make them one of the longest living organisms on Earth. The immortal jellyfish, however, could theoretically live forever, but scientists aren't quite sure on that one. In any group of 23 people, 2 people will share a birthday according to the math. If you want to learn the math on that one, go look up a little video on YouTube. It's interesting, but the math it makes sense. But it sounds so wrong. Number 89. Murder rates rise in the summer. Did you know that the new car smell is actually a mix of over 200 chemicals? Or did you know that sea level isn't actually level? As the strength of the force generated by the Earth's spin is strongest at the equator, the average sea level bulges outward there, putting it further from the center of the Earth than at the poles. Interesting. Number 92. You inhale 50 potentially harmful bacteria every time you breathe. But thankfully your immune system is working to destroy all of them promptly. Did you know that you can see stars as they were 4,000 years ago with the naked eye? It's because the time it takes for light to travel to the Earth. You can see that light if it's within single-celled spores. Seeds didn't really evolve for another 150 million years. Our dead cells are eaten by other cells in our body. Did you know that smells can pass through liquids? Or did you know that bats aren't actually blind? They can't see, but they still use their echolocation. Number 98. Pine trees can't tell if it's about to rain. If it's a closed tree, it's because the air is humid, which can indicate rain is on the way. You can't fold a piece of A4 paper more than 8 times. As the number of layers doubles each time, the paper rapidly gets too thick and too small to fold. The current world record paper folding belongs to California high school student Brittany Gallivan, who in 2002 managed to fold a 1.2 kilometer long piece of tissue paper 12 times. Number 100. Laughing came before language. And how do we know? Because some researchers tickled baby apes, which, beyond being adorable, showed that they share the same structure as ours, and likely arose in our common ancestors millions of years ago. Language came about much later. Fact number 1. If you have 3/4, 4 times, and 4 pennies, you have $1.19. You also have the largest amount of money in coins without being able to make change for $1. Fact number 2. The numbers 172 can be found on the back of the US $5 bill in the bushes at the base of the Lincoln Memorial. Did you know that President Kennedy was the fastest random speaker in the world with upwards of 350 words per minute? Or did you know that in the average lifetime, a person will walk the equivalent of 5 times around the equator? Odontophobia. Odontophobia is the fear of teeth. The 57 on Heinz ketchup bottles represents the number of varieties of pickles the company once had. Fact number 7. In the early days of the telephone, operators would pick up a call and use the phrase, "Well, are you there?" It wasn't until 1895 that someone suggested answering the phone with the phrase, "Number, please." Did you know that the surface area of an average sized brick is 79 centimeters squared? Did you know that cats sleep 16 to 18 hours per day? Or did Eisenhower interstate system requires that 1 mile in every 5 must be straight. These straight sections are usable as airstrips in times of war or other emergencies. Number 14. The first known contraceptive was crocodile dung, used by Egyptians in 2000 BC. Number 15. Rhode Island is the smallest state with the longest name. The official name used on all state documents is Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. When you dye, your hair still grows for a couple of months. When you dye, your hair still grows for a couple of months. There are 2 credit cards for every person in the United States. Number 18. Isaac Asimov is the only author to have a book in every Dewey Decimal category. That's a flex right there. That is a flex. The newspaper serving Frostbite Falls, Minnesota, the home of Rocky and Bullwinkle, is the Begonia Intelligence. Fact number 20. It would take 11 Empire State Buildings stacked one on top of the other to measure the Gulf of Mexico at its deepest point. Did you know that the first person selected as the Time Magazine Man of the Year was Charles Lindbergh in 1927? Fact number 22. The most money ever paid for a cow in an auction was $1.3 million. It took Leo Tolstoy 6 years to write War and Peace. Number 24. The Neanderthal's brain was bigger than yours is. On the newest $100 bill, the time on the clock tower of Independence Hall is 4:10. Did you know that each of the suits on a deck of cards represents the 4 major pillars of the economy in the Middle Ages? Heart represented the church, spades represented the military, clubs represented agriculture, and diamonds represented the merchant class. The names of the 2 stone lions in front of the New York Public Library are Patience and Fortitude. They were named by then Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia. The main library at Indiana University sinks over an inch every year because when it was built, engineers failed to take into account the weight of all the books that would occupy the building. The sound of E.T. walking was made by someone squishing her hands in jelly. Fact number 30. Lucy and Linus, who were brother and sister, had another little brother named Rerun. He sometimes played left field on Charlie Brown's baseball team when he could find it. Did you know that the pancreas produces insulin? was the fastest to try? Mario of Super Mario Bros. Fame appeared in the 1981 arcade game Donkey Kong. His original name was Jumpman, but was changed to Mario to honor the Nintendo of America's landlord, Mario Segal. Did you know that the three best-known Western names in China are Jesus Christ, Richard Nixon, and Elvis Presley? Fact number 40. Every year, about 98% of the atoms in your body are replaced. 98%. Did you know that elephants are the only mammals that can't jump? Or that the international dialing code for Antarctica is 672? Fact number 43. World Tourist Day is observed on September 27th. Women are 37% more likely to go to a psychiatrist than men are. And did you know that the human heart creates enough pressure to squirt blood 30 feet, which is 9 meters? Did you know that Diet Coke was only invented in 1982? Fact number 47. There are more than 1,700 references to gems and precious stones in the King James translation of the Bible. When snakes are born with 2 heads, they fight each other for food. Did you know that American car horns beep in the tone of F? F as in Frank. Fact number 50. Turning a clock's hands counterclockwise while setting it is not necessarily harmful. It is only damaging when the timepiece contains a chiming mechanism. Did you know that there are twice as many kangaroos in Australia as there are people? The kangaroo population is estimated at about 40 million. Police dogs are trained to react to commands in a foreign language, commonly German, but more recently Hungarian. The Australian $5 to $100 notes are made of plastic. Saint Stephen is the patron saint of bricklayers. The average person makes about 1,140 telephone calls each year. Fact number 56. Stressed is desserts spelled backwards. If you had enough water to fill 1 million goldfish bowls, you could fill an entire stadium. Mary Stuart became Queen of Scotland when she was only 6 days old. Did you know that Charlie Brown's father was a barber? Or if you are flying from London to New York City by Concorde, due to the time zones crossed, you can arrive 2 hours before you leave. 61. Dentists have recommended that a toothbrush be kept at least 6 feet away from a toilet to avoid airborne particles resulting from the flush. Better check your toothbrush. You burn more calories sleeping than you do watching TV. A lion's roar can be heard from 5 miles away. The citrus soda 7-Up was created in 1929. 7 was selected because the original containers were 7 ounces, and up indicated the direction of the bubbles. Did you know that Canadian researchers have found that Einstein's brain was 15% wider than normal? And the average person spends about 2 years on the phone in a lifetime. And fact number 67. The first product to have a barcode was Wrigley's gum. The largest number of children born to one woman is recorded at 69. From 1725 to 1765, a Russian woman gave birth to 16 sets of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets. Did you know that Beatrix Potter created the first of her legendary Peter Rabbit children's stories in 1902? Fact number 70. In ancient Rome, it was considered a sign of leadership to be born with a crooked nose. And the word nerd was first coined by Dr. Seuss in If I Ran the Zoo. A 41 gun salute is the traditional salute to a royal birth in Great Britain. The bagpipe was originally made from the whole skin of a dead sheep. The roar that we hear when we place a seashell next to our ear is not the ocean, but rather the sound of blood surging through the veins in the ear. Any cup-shaped object placed over the ear produces the same effect. Revolvers cannot be silenced because of all the noisy gases which escape the cylinder gap at the rear of the barrel. Fact number 76. Lippers Museum has a mirror-plated Rolls-Royce jewel-encrusted capes in the largest rhinestone in the world, weighing 59 pounds and almost a foot in diameter. 77. A car that shifts manually gets 2 miles more per gallon of gas than a car with automatic shift. So think about that next time you are buying a car. Cats can hear ultrasound. Dueling is illegal in Paraguay as long as both parties are registered blood donors. Fact number 80. The highest point in Pennsylvania is lower than the lowest point in Colorado. And the United States has never lost a war in which mules were used. Did you know that children grow faster in the springtime? Or that on average there are 178 sesame seeds on each McDonald's Big Mac bun? same as minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Clans of long ago that wanted to get rid of unwanted people without killing them used to burn their houses down, hence the expression, to get fired. Nobody knows who built the Taj Mahal. The names of the architects, masons, and designers that have come down to us have all proved to be later day inventions, and there is no evidence to indicate who the real creators were. Did you know that every human spent about half an hour as a single cell? Fact number 90. 6.5 million toothpicks can be created from a cord of wood. 91. The plastic things on the end of a shoelace are called aglets. But if you watch the Phineas and Ferb, you might know that. The earliest recorded case of a man giving up smoking was on April 5th, 1679, when Johan Katsu, a sheriff or Turku, Finland, wrote in his diary, "I quit smoking tobacco." He died 1 month later. Goodbye came from God bye, which came from God be with you. February is Black History Month. Jane Barbie was the woman who did the voice recordings for the Bell system. The first drive-in service station in the United States was opened by Gulf Oil Company on December 1st, 1913 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Did you know that the elephant is the only mammal with 4 knees? Fact number 98 is Kansas state law requires pedestrians crossing the highways at night to wear tail lights. Did you know that in the course of an average lifetime, while sleeping, you might eat around 70 assorted insects and 10 spiders, or more? And fact number 100 tonight. Some lipsticks contain fish scales. And I'll leave you with 2 bonus facts tonight. Not 1, but 2 bonus facts. Maine is the only U.S. state that has a 1-syllable name. And an ostrich's eye is bigger than its brain. Our first category of facts tonight is space. Space. So, fact number 1. Mercury and Venus are the only 2 planets in our solar system that have no moons. Fact number 2 is if a star passes too close to a black hole, it can be torn apart. Did you know that the hottest planet in our solar system is Venus? Or what about the fact that our solar system is 4.57 billion years old? Did you know that? 94 degrees Fahrenheit, which is negative 201 degrees Celsius. The highest mountain discovered is the Olympus Mons Mountain, which is located on Mars. Its peak is 16 miles high, making it nearly 3 times higher than Mount Everest. Fact number 7. The Whirlpool Galaxy was the first celestial object identified as being spiral. And these spiraling arms are made up of long lanes of stars and gas sprinkled with lots of space dust. Did you know that a light year is the distance covered by light in a single year, which is roughly 5,903,026,326,255 miles. Did you know this one? The Milky Way galaxy is 105,700 light years wide, and it would take a modern spacecraft about 450 million years to travel to the center of our galaxy. Fact number 10. The sun weighs about 330,000 times more than the Earth weighs, and it is about 109 times the diameter of Earth, and is so large that the Earth could fit inside of it about 1.3 million times. Footprints left on the moon won't disappear since there is no wind. Did you know that because of lower gravity, a person who would weigh 220 pounds on Earth would only weigh 84 pounds on Mars? Or did you know that there are 79 known moons orbiting Jupiter? And this is our solar system's planet with the most moons and the largest moon. On Mars, a day lasts for 24 hours, 39 minutes, and 35 seconds. But since the orbit is much larger than Earth's, there are 687 Martian days in a year. Fact number 15. NASA's Greater Observation and Sensing Satellite, Crocs, found evidence of water on the Earth's moon. The sun makes a full rotation once every 25 to 35 days. Did you know that Earth is the only planet not named after a god? Or did you know that due to the sun and moon's gravitational pull, that's how we have tides in our oceans? Here's a fun fact. Pluto is smaller than the United States. If you were to walk around the equator of Pluto, it would be the same distance as walking from London to Denver. Fact number 20. According to mathematics, white holes are possible, although as of right now we have not found any yet. And a white hole is a hypothetical region of space-time which can't be entered from the outside, although matter and light can escape from within. So it's a reverse black hole. There are more volcanoes on Venus than any other planet in our solar system. system. 4 planets are known as the gas giants. That's Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. And that's because they are largely made up of gases like hydrogen and helium and have a relatively small rocky core. Or did you know that we have discovered 27 moons on the planet Uranus? 5 large ones and 22 small ones. Fact number 25. Because of its unique tilt, a season on Uranus is equivalent to 21 Earth years. And a day also only lasts 17 hours, 14 minutes, and 24 seconds. Alright. That's enough space facts for tonight, so let's transition into some food facts. Fact number 26. Pound cake got its name from its recipe. And that's because the early recipes of pound cake called for 1 pound of butter, 1 pound of eggs, and 1 pound of sugar. Imagine how big that cake would be. Did you know that most supermarket wasabi is actually horseradish? That's because real wasabi is challenging to make and expensive. So as an alternative, most wasabi for sale is colored horseradish with flavorings. The most expensive pizza in the world costs $12,000 and takes 72 hours to make by 3 chefs. Did you know that ranch dressing is dyed? One ingredient in ranch is titanium dioxide, which is used to make it look whiter. It's the same ingredient that is used in sunscreen and paint for coloring. Fact number 30. One fast food burger can have meat from 100 different cows. And that's because ground beef in fast food places and grocery stores is kind of just a collection of cows. Fact number 31. Fruit-flavored snacks shine because of car wax. Yeah, car wax. That's the same wax used on cars. It's the same wax on your fruit snacks. Did you know that nutmeg is a hallucinogen? In large doses, it works like a hallucinogen due to a natural compound in it. Did you know that crackers have holes in them for a reason? And that's because during the baking process, it prevents air bubbles from ruining the product. Fact number 34. Ketchup used to be used as a medicine, and that's because back in the 1800s, people thought tomatoes had healing qualities. Did you know that white chocolate isn't actually chocolate? your teeth than sugar. And the biggest cause of tooth decay is not sugar, but it is acid. And crackers tend to stick to your teeth, which ends up being a breeding ground for bacteria. Did you know that peppers don't actually burn your mouth? There's a chemical in jelly peppers called capsaicin that tricks your mouth into feeling like it's being burned, and that's why spicy food hurts. So the pain is all in your head. Fact number 40. American cheese is not American. It was actually invented in Switzerland by Walt Gerber and Fritz Stettler in 1911 to lengthen the shelf life before it was shipped overseas. Here's a fun fact. Russia took a long time to classify beer as being alcoholic. Until 2013, beer and other alcohol under 10% ABV was classified as a soft drink. Until then, and even still today, it was common for people to drink beer in the streets and parks as commonly as you would see a soda. Fact number 42. Cheese is the most stolen food in the world. About 4% of all cheese made around the globe ends up stolen. And there's even a black market for cheese. One in 4 hazelnuts picked end up in a jar of Nutella. Did you know that a corned beef sandwich was smuggled into space? An astronaut snuck a sandwich on a spacecraft for a 6-hour mission. And when he took the sandwich out in zero gravity, it started falling apart, and he had to put it away before crumbs compromised the spaceship. Did you know that certain music can make you drink faster? An experiment was conducted to see how people's drinking habits changed based on the music that was playing, and loud music seemed to make people drink more and faster. Chocolate has been used as a currency in ancient civilizations of Mexico and South America. McDonald's. They sell 2.5 billion hamburgers every year. That equates to 75 McDonald's hamburgers sold every second, every day. Here's a random fact for you. In a stick of dynamite, peanuts are used in the process of creating them. And that's due to an oil inside of the peanuts. Expiration dates on bottled water have nothing to do with the water. And that's because water can't expire, but the bottle it's in can. Plastic bottles will eventually start leaking chemicals into the water. It won't make the water harmful to drink, but it will make it taste less fresh. And fact number 50. Honey is a bee's vomit. When bees collect nectar, they drink it and keep it in their stomach. And once they're back at the hive, they regurgitate it into the hive. Okay, that's enough food facts for us tonight. Let's jump into a new category here. Snowboarding. So fact number 51. Sherman Poppin, an engineer from Muskegon, Michigan, made the first ever snowboard as a toy for his daughter in 1965 by bolting two skis together. Poppin's wife, Nancy Poppin, named his invention the Snurfer, which she derived by combining the words snow and surfer. A snurfer. Did you know that in order to help popularize the sport, Poppin originated the first ever snurfing competition in February 1968 at a Michigan ski resort, and about 200 people came to watch the event, and the word of snurfing had started to spread. Since the snurfer was so popular among Poppin's daughter's friends, he made more and started selling them. The snurfers quickly became a hit and sold 1 million units by 1970. Fact number 55. One of the sports pioneers, Dmitrij Milovic, dropped out of college in 1972 to work on his snowboard design. He soon patented his first snowboard, the Swallowtail, and formed a snowboarding company called Winter Stick Company. Inspired by Poppin's Snurfer, Jake Barton Carpenter created his design for snow surfing boards in 1977. He called his equipment snowboards, officially birthing the sport. Jake also made history by being the first to compete in snowboarding. He crashed a snurfing contest in 1979 and pressured organizers to let them compete in a separate open category. Did you know that most ski resorts banned snowboarding in the early days, with only 7% allowing snowboarders in 1985? Nowadays, that number is up to about 95% of ski areas in North America and Europe. Did you know that the first exclusive snowboarding magazine, absolutely radical, debuted in 1985 and was later renamed International Snowboard Magazine? Fact number 60. Snowboarding is more dangerous than skiing. Although both sports do have high injury rates, there are on average 3.9 accidents per 1,000 in snowboarding compared to 2.5 in skiing. Both sports are still much safer than basketball or football, though. And that's American football. Did you know that more than half of all snowboarding injuries involve the upper limbs, with wrist injuries being the most common? And this is in contrast to skiing, where knee injuries occur more frequently. As snowboarding grew in popularity, more games were organized. Finally, in 1985, the first Snowboarding World Cup was held in Zurich, Austria. In 1989, 5 countries formed the International Snowboard Association, the ISI, responsible for drawing up sports regulations, and the organization's name was changed to the International Snowboard Federation in 1991. Did you know that on April 2nd, 2015, Edmund Blazek set the world record for the fastest downhill speed on a snowboard with a speed of 126 miles per hour, which is 203 kilometers per hour. That's fast. with a front-to-side 360 in 2005. Another Norwegian legend, Therese Hakonsson, set an incredible record for the highest air on a snowboard. With a backside 360, he launched himself 32.1 feet above the Arctic Challenge quarter pipe, and that's 9.8 meters. Fact number 67. The oldest competitive snowboarder was Dick Scholes. He was 79 years old, and he got into the sport in his 50s, which means it's never too late to learn something new. Did you know that snowboarders are divided into two groups based on which foot they use? Though both stances are perfectly fine, regular-footed means the left foot is forward, while goofy-footed means the right foot is forward. Fact number 69. Sean McMahon and Mike McDaniel built the first snowboarding park at the Bear Valley ski area in California between 1989 and 1990. Their design was inspired by 1970 skate parks, and their goal was to create a space for snowboarders to show off their skills. Did you know that snowboarding officially debuted at the 1998 Winter Olympic Games in Nagano, Japan? Or that the United States dominates snowboarding events at the Winter Olympic Games and has won the most medals? American snowboarder Shaun White is the most decorated snowboarder, and he has won more X Games and Olympic gold medals in snowboarding than anyone else. World Snowboarding Day is celebrated each year on December 21st, and the day is marked by many snowboarding events and shows. Did you know that the most expensive snowboard ever sold is a Burton experimental prototype? It was released in 1977 and discontinued shortly after. And one of these rare snowboards was sold on eBay in 2014 for a crazy $31,313.13. Fact number 75. For a while, it looked like snowboarding was losing its steam, but it has made an incredible comeback. About 8.98 million people went snowboarding in 2023, which was the highest recorded since 2010. Okay, I think that's probably enough snowboarding facts for your entire year. But like I said, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Gotta keep you knowledgeable. Let's move on to our final category of the night, which is history. History. Fact number 76. Augustus Caesar was the wealthiest man to ever live in history. He had an estimated net worth of $4.6 trillion when counting for inflation. Alexander the Great was buried alive on accident. Did you know that the world's most successful pirate in history was a lady? Her name was Jing Shi. She was a prostitute in China. This was until the commander of the Red Flag Fleet bought and married her. But rather than just viewing her as a wife, her husband considered her as an equal, and she became an active pirate commander in his fleet. Jing Shi soon earned the respect of her fellow pirates so much that after her husband's death, she became the captain of the fleet, and under her leadership, the Red Flag Fleet consisted of over 300 warships with a possible 1,200 more support ships. And she even had a and they did this to intimidate gods and also clear toxins from their skin through sweating. Fact number 80. Julius Caesar was stabbed 23 times. Fact number 81. Since 1945, all British tanks have been equipped with tea-making facilities. Did you know that during World War I, the French built a fake Paris? And it had replicas of everything that you could think of. And it was built towards the end of World War I as a means of throwing off bombers and fighter pilots over the French skies. Or did you know that the Eastern Roman Empire's weapon called Greek fire was used in ship-mounted flamethrowers? Or did you know that a Japanese fighter pilot once dropped wreaths over the ocean to commemorate the dead from both sides? Fact number 85. The saying, fly off the handle, originates from the 1800s, and it's a saying that refers to cheap axe heads flying off their handles when swung backwards before a chop. Fact number 86. Genghis Khan was tolerant of all religions. Did you know that Thomas Edison didn't invent most of the stuff he patented? Of the 1,093 things he smashed a patent on, he stole most of them from real geniuses like Nikola Tesla, Wilhelm Röntgen, and Joseph Swan, the latter of whom actually was the inventor of the light bulb. Did you know that Albert Einstein turned down the presidency of Israel? And Einstein wasn't a citizen of Israel, however, he was Jewish, and the German-born physicist was offered the post, but turned it down in 1952. Fact number 89. The Leaning Tower of Pisa was never straight. It was constructed in the 12th century, and when construction on the second story started due to the unstable ground it was built on, the tower started to lean. And after this, the lean only increased as the construction process went on, and it went on to become more iconic than the tower itself. Fact number 90. Iceland has the world's oldest parliament in history. Called the Althing, it was established in 930 and has stayed as the acting parliament of Iceland since then. Did you know that 46 BC was 445 days long and is the longest year in human history? And this year had 2 extra leap months inserted by Julius Caesar, and this was in order to make his newly formed Julian calendar match up with the seasonal year. Did you know that 100 million years ago the Sahara Desert was inhabited by galloping crocodiles? Back then, this desert was a lush plain full of life and predators, and they have found fossilized remains of crocodiles here. Did you know that in ancient Rome, urine was used as a mouthwash? Or did you know that in the Victorian era, men with mustaches got to use special cups? And these cups had a little lip, so you want to get liquid on your mustache. recognized as the movie capital of the world, yet it wasn't always so. The movie industry was originally based in New York in the 1800s, which was close to New Jersey, and New Jersey was where patent master Thomas Edison was based. And as we know, Edison had patents on over 1,000 different things, including most of the technology needed to make high-end movies. So, if you wanted to be in the movie business, you had to go through Edison. So the independent filmmakers chose an alternative option to fight Edison, run away from him. They moved to California, to an area of the country where the judges weren't as friendly to Edison and his patents, and where the wheels of copyright law would take longer to roll over them. So there's 100 facts for you, but, I have to give you a bonus fact. Here's a bonus fact for you. Did you know that Abraham Lincoln was a wrestling champion? Before he became president, he was an avid wrestler and only lost one fight out of 300. So fact number 1. Scotland chose the unicorn to be its national animal. Fact number 2. There's a specific species of ant that only lives in Manhattan. Did you know that in Switzerland, owning just one guinea pig is not allowed? It is considered animal abuse if you only own one guinea pig in Switzerland because the animals are such social creatures. Or did you know that the heart of a shrimp is in its head? And because of their open circulatory system, there are no arteries in shrimp, so their organs are floating around their body. And they also have other vital organs such as their ventral nerve cord and stomach, because the head is safer than their tail. Fact 5. Tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. The bumblebee bat is the world's smallest mammal, and it weighs between 0.05 to 0.07 ounces. Very small. Fact 7. Sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins. Dolphins need to come up for air about every 10 minutes, but sloths can hold their breath for about 40 minutes. The smaller the animal is, the slower they can process time. So how animals perceive time can depend on how quickly the brain processes new information. Animals like mice or lizards will experience time differently than horses or dogs. Fact number 9. Once upon a time, a chicken lived without its head for 18 months. You might have heard of Mike the Chicken, but if you haven't, it is from the 1940s. Mike survived because his jugular vein and brainstem were still functioning. It's rare, so don't expect it from every chicken. Fact number 10. The world's oldest dog lived to be 29.5 years old, and it was an Australian cattle dog named Bluey, who lived to be 29.5 years old, and the average age for that dog is 10 to 15 years. The oldest cat in the world lived to be 38 years and 3 days old. Cream Puff was the cat's name, years older than the average cat. Octopuses don't have tentacles. Their 8 limbs are considered arms. Did you know that ants do not have lungs? The Tyrannosaurus rex most likely had feathers, and the ancestors of the T-Rex were recorded as having feathers, which means that this carried on to future generations. Fact number 15. Snails have teeth, and they have anywhere from 1,000 to 12,000 of them, or even more sometimes. A horse can have more than 1 horsepower. The highest amount of horsepower that a horse could produce would be about 24 horsepower. Starfish do not have bodies. Their body is actually their head. Cat urine glows under a black light, and that's due to phosphorus. So when you shine an ultraviolet light on it, it'll make it glow. The heartbeat of a blue whale can be detected from 2 miles away, and their heart weighs almost 400 pounds. Fact number 20. Did you know that an ostrich's eye is bigger than its brain? Or did you know that pigs cannot look up at the sky? And it's due to the anatomy of their neck muscles and spine. Dolphins use unique whistles to distinguish each other in a pod, effectively using names. The blue whale's tongue can weigh as much as a young elephant. An adult elephant can even fit on the tongue of a blue whale. Did you know that dogs tilt their heads to pinpoint the words you are saying? They do this to spot familiar words. Contrary to popular belief, flamingos are not born pink. They're actually born with gray or white feathers and develop pink feathers from eating shrimp and algae. The Netherlands is so safe that it is closing down jails due to no one being arrested. Residents of San Diego, California get fined for keeping Christmas decorations up past February 2nd. Bees will sting other bees. Bees don't care who you are. They will sting whatever bothers them. It's impossible to hum while you hold your nose. It blocks air, so humming is physically impossible. Fact number 30. In 1905, an 11-year-old boy invented ice pops. His name was Frank Epperson, and he left out a wooden stirrer in a cup of water and soda pop overnight. When he discovered it was frozen the next morning, he also discovered the very first ice pop. We're going to be moving into history facts now, by the way. Argentina is where the world's first animated feature film was created, and this was before Disney's Snow White. The first full-length animated feature film, called El Apostol. It was a political satire consisting of 58,000 drawings and ran for 70 minutes. first airplane flight happened on December 17th, 1903. In Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Wilbur and Orville Wright flew the airplane 4 short times. Chainsaws began to be used for wood chopping at the start of the 20th century, but before that, chainsaws were used for childbirth. In the 1840s, children were taught to say prunes instead of cheese, and this was in order to have their mouths closed. Did you know that in the Olympics, competitive art was once an official sport? This was between 1912 and 1952. Artists won medals in architecture, music, painting, and sculpture. The Hollywood sign used to say Hollywood Land. Did you know that President Theodore Roosevelt had a pet hyena? Back in the day, ketchup used to be sold as a medicine. When dinosaurs were alive, there were active volcanoes on the moon. Active volcanoes on the moon. Did you know that the first commercial passenger flight lasted 23 minutes? Or did you know that before Americans had toilet paper, they used corn husk? The Statue of Liberty was once functioning as a lighthouse. In 1886, the famous statue was a working lighthouse for years, and you could see its light from 24 miles away. On May 27, 2005, at 10:07 p.m., Big Ben's clock stopped. It was a hot summer day in London, and the heat is presumed to be what caused the famous clock's malfunction. Fact number 44. Queen Elizabeth II was a trained mechanic. When she was a teenager, she joined the Labour Exchange's British Employment Agency, and there she learned about repairing tires, trucks, and engines. Water sounds different depending on the temperature of it. In 1524, the last letter to be added to the English alphabet was the letter J, and before it became a letter, the letter I was used for both I and J. The set used on the television show iCarly was also used for Saved by the Bell. Did you know that the Eiffel Tower was originally supposed to be for the city of Barcelona, but they rejected the tower at the time because they considered it too ugly? A 15-year-old Irish girl was the first person processed at Ellis Island. This was in 1892. Annie Moore was the first passenger to arrive at Ellis Island when it opened. She came with her 2 younger brothers on the SS Nevada. Fact number 50. John Quincy Adams once had a pet alligator, and it was gifted to him from a French general, and it lived in one of the bathrooms at the White House. Did you know that the script for the movie The Terminator was sold for $1? Penicillin's first name was mold juice. Mold juice. Let's transition to some facts about humans. Compared to all other human parts, human teeth do not have the power to heal themselves. They are coated in enamel 54. Identical twins do not have the same fingerprints. And this is because of developmental factors in the womb. The rate their fingers grow, their position, and the length of the umbilical cords all play a factor. Did you know that the human brain is eating itself? Phagocytosis is where cells consume smaller cells or molecules to ultimately remove them from the system. This is not a harmful process, but a necessary one in order to preserve gray matter in the brain. Or did you know that the circulatory system is more than 60,000 miles long? This is your veins, arteries, and capillaries. And for a child, the system stretches out to 60,000 miles long, but by the time they are an adult, it stretches out to 100,000 miles of blood vessels. Here's an interesting one. Humans are more creative in the shower, and that's because of warm water in the shower. It increases the flow of dopamine and increases creativity. Fact number 58. The cornea is the one of two parts of the human body without blood vessels. The cornea and cartilage do not have blood vessels. Your nose and ears never stop growing. In 2004, Neil Armstrong's hair was sold for $3,000. To improve their skin, people used to eat arsenic. There is a town in Spain with 3,000 inhabitants. This town was built under a rock. About 1 in 500 people don't realize that they are pregnant until halfway through their pregnancy. Did you know that when you feel an itching sensation on your skin, it's actually bacteria, and it releases a chemical that activates a protein in our nerves, and that's what tells our brain that there is an itch there. In your body, there are more bacterial cells than human cells. The average person is made up of around 56% bacteria. During the summer, our nails grow faster. This is because of increased blood flow to our fingertips. We sweat when we are anxious in order to inform others. Our sympathetic nervous system releases hormones like adrenaline when we're anxious, activating our sweat glands. In the same way that we have fingerprints, we also have tongue prints. All of our tongues are unique to ourselves. Most Disney characters wear gloves to make the animations simpler. People can only use a small fraction of the Earth's water, and it's about 0.007% of it. Our brain on a daily basis, just operating, going about its normal day, uses about 400 to 500 calories a day. White blood cells in our body consume dead cells. It's their job. They do more than just fight bacteria and viruses. Christmas wasn't an official holiday in every state until 1907, when Oklahoma was the last state to make it one. Did you know that a waffle iron was actually the inspiration for one of the first press spin counterclockwise. In your house, dead skin cells are the main factor of dust. According to research, humans shed roughly 200 million skin cells per hour. Avocados are fruits, not vegetables. Did you know that the rotation of Earth is at changing speed? It is actually slowing down. On average, every century, the length of a day increases by 1.8 seconds. The French language Scrabble world champion doesn't speak French. There was a 1 in 400 trillion chance of you being born. Did you know that water might not actually be wet? And that's because water itself is not really wet. This is the case because of how scientists have defined wetness. It's in the liquid's ability to sustain contact with a solid surface. So since water itself isn't sustaining contact with a solid surface, water technically isn't wet. Fact number 81. If all the world's bacterium was stacked together, it would stretch for 10 billion light years. And that could wrap around the Milky Way over 20,000 times. Did you know that the sun is not silent? It does make a sound through pressure waves, and the wavelength of the sun's pressure waves is impossible to capture with human hearing. But other animals could potentially hear it. The solar system consists of a wall. It's called the boundary wall. NASA's moon landing mission wasn't entirely true. When the astronauts landed back on Earth, their quarantine procedure was performative. Did you know that comets smell like rotten eggs? And this happens because of ammonia and hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, and a couple other chemicals and elements that are on a comet. Sound can actually be negative in decibels. Once an employee at Pixar accidentally deleted a sequence of Toy Story 2 during production, and they had to recreate it. Nutmeg is a hallucinogen. If you eat large amounts of nutmeg, you can hallucinate because it contains myrcene, which is a mind-altering ingredient. Did you know that sloths have more neck bones than giraffes? Or did you know that bananas are radioactive? And it's because they're rich in potassium. They are a little bit radioactive. But you're already 280 times more radioactive than a banana, so it doesn't really affect you. Fact number 90. A straight line doesn't technically exist. Because if you zoom into anything, you will find curves and inconsistencies. Here's a fun fact. Much like how some people sleep talk, deaf people can use sign language in their sleep sometimes. The Earth has so much gold that there is enough to coat the entire planet. And about 99% of gold 96. A lightning bolt is 5 times hotter than the sun's surface. Fact number 97. Australia is wider than the moon. The diameter of Australia comes in at 2,485 miles, while the moon's diameter stretches 2,113 miles. Did you know that more than any other country, Sudan has the most pyramids? And you probably would think it's Egypt, but they only have 138 pyramids, while Sudan has 255. Did you know that apples that you find in the supermarket could be a year old? This is because farmers often harvest them in the fall, wax them, and then store them away. Fact number 100. If you wear a tie, it can reduce the blood flow to your brain by 7.5%. Wearing a tie too tightly can cause dizziness and headaches, including more pressure on your eyes. Did you know that oranges were originally green? The first oranges ever imported to the West were from Southeast Asia and were tangerine pomelo hybrids that were green in color. In fact, oranges grown in warmer parts of the world, such as Vietnam and Thailand, stay green throughout their lifetime. Or did you know that going to work is more dangerous than going to war? And that's because statistically you are 3 times more likely to die traveling to or from work than you are if you were shipped out to war these days. Fact 3. Russia has more surface area than Pluto. Number 4. You can fire an arrow around an object to hit a target. And that's because skilled archers can actually curve arrows around an object. Did you know that there is no specific time zone at the South Pole? Or did you know that the first ever 3D film was released in cinemas in 1922? It was released in September of that year, and it was called The Power of Love. It was a silent film and released worldwide. It even came with an alternative ending that was decided by closing one eye or the other. Sadly, this film has been lost and hasn't been found in decades. Did you know that Sandra Bullock was almost Neo in The Matrix? Fact number 8. Surfer slang hang 10 means having all 10 toes over your board's edge while riding a wave. Did you know that there was a pterodactyl with a bigger wingspan than a fighter jet? Or did you know that scientists genetically modified goats to spin spider silk from their udders? U.S. Professor Randy Lewis transplanted a gene into the goats from a spider that allows the goats to produce milk containing an extra protein. Fact number 11. The Burj Khalifa is so tall that you can see 2 sunsets from it in one day. You can see the sunset happen at ground level, and then if you get in the elevator and go all the way up, you can see it again from the top. Queen Elizabeth II's handbag was a body language communication device. It was used by her to relay secret and silent messages to her staff. Did you know that there is a spacecraft graveyard in the South Pacific Ocean? It's known as Point Nemo, and it's the furthest place associated space debris, including the Mir space station, the first ever object assembled in planetary orbit by Russian cosmonauts. Broccoli is a man-made food. It only came about after years and years of selective breeding between wild cabbage plants that started around the 6th century BC. Did you know that high heels were originally shoes for men? Or did you know that bowler hats were originally invented as safety hats? The phrase OMG was first used in writing in the year 1917. Although people might have said OMG before then, it was first used in writing in a letter to Winston Churchill in 1917. Fact number 19. Peanuts, walnuts, almonds, cashews, and pistachios are not nuts. They're classed as a seed because a nut is defined as a hard-shelled fruit or seed with a separable rind or shell and interior kernel. Did you know that armadillos have shells so hard that they could deflect a bullet? Or did you know that only a quarter of the Sahara Desert is sandy? Most of the desert is actually covered in gravel, although it also has its own mountain ranges and oases. Speaking of deserts, did you know that Antarctica is actually the world's largest desert? The Antarctic Polar Desert covers the Antarctica continent and covers roughly 5.5 million square miles. The Sahara Desert only covers 3.6 million square miles. Fact number 23. In 1960, a cow got hit by a chunk of falling U.S. satellite in Cuba. And this was during a time when tensions were very high. So the Cubans decided to make the best out of a bad situation and have a good laugh at their American neighbors. They paraded a cow through the Cuban streets with a sign on that said, "Eisenhower, you murdered one of my sisters." Did you know that your nose and ears never stop growing? Or in the 1990s, half of the world's CDs were made for AOL sign-up disc. Fact 26. The Eiffel Tower grows in the summer, and that's due to heat expansion of the tower's iron. In the summer sun, it can grow by 6 inches in height. Bees can fly higher than Mount Everest. Fact number 28. Until 2015, it was illegal to dance in Japan after midnight. This was a law introduced in 1948 to crack down on dance halls that acted as fronts for illicit activities, and it was only revoked in 2015. In 1997, a cargo ship lost 4.8 million Lego bits during a storm. They're still washing up on shore to this day. Fact number 30. In Tokyo, Japan, there is a hedgehog cafe. And you can go to this establishment and pay 1,000 yen to go in, have a cappuccino, and play/cuddle with hedgehogs. Did you know that the smallest dinosaur ever discovered is only 16 inches long? It was discovered in China and it's called the Microraptor. In England, pigeon poop is the property of the crown. from a human one. Fact number 37. In China, the police use geese as sentries. In many parts of rural China, police have opted to use geese as police animals as they are highly alert and capable of making lots of noise. Did you know that there are sharks that can live up to 500 years? Greenland sharks have the longest known lifespan of all vertebrate animals. Fact number 39. Off-duty paramedic Matthew McKnight was hit by a car traveling 70 miles per hour and was catapulted 118 feet. He suffered some injuries, but amazingly managed to recover and now holds the Guinness World Record for the furthest distance thrown by a car. Did you know that natural bananas contain seeds inside of them? Your store-bought bananas are nice, soft, and seedless because they've been specifically bred over generations so that they do not form mature seeds. Fact number 41. In Bosnia and Serbia, you can legally vote at 16. All astronauts going to the International Space Station have to learn how to speak Russian, and this is because astronauts traveling to the ISS must hitch a ride with Russian cosmonauts, and the controls of their spacecraft are in Russian. Did you know that sharks have been around on this planet for about 400 million years, which is 50 million more years than trees? Fact number 44. Belgium once tried using cats to deliver mail. It was in the 1870s, and this town came up with the idea of employing the felines as their mail couriers. They quickly dropped the idea as they proved to be slower and more unreliable. In China, ghost marriages are illegal, and that is when recently deceased women and men are matched up and ritually married by their respective families to ensure that they aren't lonely in the afterlife. Did you know that there is a fictitious athlete hall of fame? It was formed in 2013, and some of the inductees include Rocky Balboa, Mr. Miyagi, and Happy Gilmore. Scientists in California created a machine to harness power from snowfall, and it works by using negatively charged silicone to catch positively charged snowflakes, which created a static electric effect that was then harvested. Fact number 48. An ant cannot die from falling, and that's because of their small weight and rock-hard exoskeleton. Their terminal velocity isn't enough to harm it upon impact. People spend roughly 13% of their lives zoned out. Did you know that before trees existed, Earth was covered with giant white mushrooms? They were 24 feet tall and 3 feet wide. They covered most of the surface before trees. Fact number 51. Snakes can burp fire. For this to happen, a decomposing animal a snake has eaten has to burst whilst being digested, and that would release methane and hydrogen into the snake's stomach. All that's needed for the snake to fire up is a spark. Here's an interesting fact. Soviet cosmonauts took shotguns to space with them. And it wasn't to fight off aliens, it was for skate for an episode of Malcolm in the Middle. Did you know that dogs can learn up to 250 words and gestures? The average intelligence of a dog is akin to that of a 2-year-old human. Fact number 57. Fried chicken originated in Scotland. Did you know that avocados never ripen on trees? Or did you know that the slang term for dollars, bucks, originates from the early 1700s, and it refers to deer skins from male deer or bucks as they're commonly known? It's because during the early times that deer skin were used as an informal currency. 40 million years ago, penguins were 6 feet tall, and this was discovered from bones found on Seymour Island dating back to 37 to 40 million years ago. A penguin that size could have weighed up to 250 pounds. Beer was classified as a soft drink in Russia until 2011. Anything less than 10% alcohol was legally classified as a soft drink. 25% of all mammal species on Earth are bats, and there's 1,200 different types of bats. Did you know that jellyfish are 95% water? They have no brain, no blood, and no heart. Fortune cookies are an American invention from San Francisco in the 1890s. When Nintendo was formed, there were only 38 states in the Union. September 1889. On statues, a horse's legs tell you how the statue figure died. So if a horse has both of its front legs in the air, then the person died in battle. If the horse has one of its front legs in the air, they died of wounds received from a battle. And if the horse has both its front legs on the ground, then the person died of natural causes. Fact number 67. Japan has a roaming deer infestation, and because of this, the Japanese government has set up the National Wolf Association, which is focused on reintroducing wolves to Japan to help reduce the deer population. Did you know that the pH scale was invented by the Carlsberg Brewery? It was invented in 1909 while researching the best proteins, amino acids, and enzymes in the brewery laboratory. Did you know that most perfume is made from sperm whale puke? Known as ambergris, the waxy secretion belched out by sperm whales is a core component to making any perfume due to its pleasant smell and is often found floating in tropical seas. Fact number 70. In the Californian White Mountains, there are trees older than history. And these old trees have been aged up to 5,000 plus years old. Written history is only believed to have begun roughly 5,000 years ago. Mountain Dew, the soda name, was originally a slang term for moonshine. Fact number 72. There is a black market for illegal skin trade. Did you know that roughly half of a human body is red blood cells? We have roughly 50 to 75 trillion cells in our bodies, and almost half of those are red blood cells. Fact number 74. realized by NASA scientists. They then used their findings as a means to teach falling astronauts how to correct their movements in zero gravity. Fact number 76. Will White, the creator of the iconic gaming franchise The Sims, suffered a tragic house fire in 1991. After that, he had a vision of rebuilding his house, which led him to think of a game where one would create a virtual dollhouse, and from that, The Sims was born. Did you know that 3 types of Australian birds deliberately spread wildfires? Black kites, whistling kites, and brown falcons all purposefully aid the spread of wildfires by picking up and dropping flaming sticks, just so the fire will flush out their prey and make it easier for them to catch. An Italian punk band once ate spaghetti on stage instead of playing any songs. It was Italian comedy punk band Scientos. They wheeled in a kitchen, a table, a TV, and a fridge onto their set stage and boiled up some spaghetti and sat there eating it. Did you know that woodpeckers eat brains when they get too hungry? If they've gone too long without food, they will pin down other birds and peck at the back of their heads until they crack through. Fact number 80. Italy has 34 native languages in use today. Amsterdam's Royal Palace sits on 13,659 wooden poles. And that's because of the thick layer of fen and clay present in the Dutch soil. Pretty much all buildings in the Netherlands are built on wooden poles. Did you know that there is a gargoyle with Darth Vader's head on it on the Washington Cathedral? It was placed there after a child's design carving competition was held in the 80s to decide what character should adorn the cathedral. Dolph Lundgren has an IQ of 160. And if you don't know who that is, he is from Rocky IV, and he is a genius. He has a master's degree in chemical engineering from the University of Sydney and the Royal Institute of Technology, alongside a Fulbright scholarship to MIT. He was also the European champion of karate in 1981. Two stealth nuclear submarines once bumped into each other by accident. It was in 2009 in the Atlantic Ocean. One from France and one from Britain. They accidentally bumped into each other because they were both cloaked so well. Did you know that the Hawaiian flag purposefully looks like a combination of the British and American flags? This is because it was designed by the then king in 1812, and he wanted a flag that would appeal to both countries. NASA has an internet speed of 91 gigabytes per second. You could download a full, high-quality 1080p movie in milliseconds. For the first month of life, babies only see in black and white. Fact number 88. In 1783, a volcanic eruption killed 80% of the Earth's sheep. The Laki volcanic fissure in the south of Iceland erupted over an 8-month period, releasing some straight-up nasty hydrogen fluoride into the atmosphere to shower down on Earth's inhabitants. Malta has never experienced weather below freezing point. Did you know massive cyber attack and resulting massive loss of power. No one's allowed to go there. Fact number 91. Cheetahs love Calvin Klein. Wildlife crews trying to film these cats tried testing a range of scents on their cameras and equipment in order to draw cheetahs in closer for filming. Of all the scents they tried, Calvin Klein's obsession for men proved to be the one that cheetahs loved the most. Did you know that in 2007, to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Big Mac, McDonald's opened a Big Mac museum in Pennsylvania, which includes exhibits such as a 14-foot-tall Big Mac. The U.S. has more millionaires than Sweden has people. Did you know that the letter A doesn't appear in a written number until you reach the number 1000? Fact number 95. A sombrero is just a generic Spanish word for hat. It doesn't describe a specific hat in general. It just means any hat. Ireland's population still hasn't recovered from the Great Potato Famine in 1845. Their population used to be roughly between 8.5 and 9 million, but nowadays it's less than 5 million. Did you know that camels don't actually store water in their humps? They're actually used to store fat. Fact number 98. A man once tripped over his beard during a fire evacuation and died. This was back in 1567. He had a 4-foot beard and he got caught up in a fire evacuation drill. Did you know that Psycho, the 1960 film, was the first film to ever show a toilet flushing? Or fact number 100. Did you know that the world's largest singular snowflake was 15 inches wide? This snowflake fell during a snowstorm over Montana in 1887 and was the size of your average frisbee. And here is going to be one final bonus fact for you. One final bonus fact. The first mention of the word baseball dates back to 1774. That is an old sport. Okay, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found it informative.